Alright, guys. BLM here. Back. Another live stream. Starting late. Also, just realized I started on the wrong screen. Also, just realized don't know if I changed the settings properly before I started stream. I did. Cool. um, yeah. Sorry for the late start. I'll be honest. I'm already tired, so this is gonna be a great sign for how this stream's gonna go. But the intention is to do the same thing, um, of doing the power ranking and then doing the Survivor player ranking. Um, I'll be honest, I'm not fully caught up on what's going on in Big Brother right now. I watched the episode, I kept up with like half the day. I don't like what the fuck is going on now. I generally don't know. I know the vote is like flipping left and right and everything. It's like, yeah, is it landing on Ashley? Yeah, all right. Why is Ashley throwing all the alliances under bus? I mean, it's like they told her to. I don't know, yeah, dude, it's such a fuck situation. It's a really like strange situation that Ashley's in. Crossovers are already falling apart. I mean, I think there are cracks. I don't know if it's fully falling apart yet. Ashley top 10 worst player now. Um, yeah, Ashley does seem to be nervy. Drew and D had a good conversation. Well, it's good for them. Yeah, where's Angela currently at with Drew? I'm assuming the same. In that, like, like fine for now, I guess, but it's not gonna last too long. Found the season boring so far, maybe because I'm too focused on World Cup. I haven't found the season boring. I think the season is very gameplay focused. So far, it's not very like character focused. Um, like I actually generally think this is a spot where like, is this like one of the best cast gameplay wise in like a very, very, very long time? Um, like generally, it's like I don't think anyone has played this week that poorly. Like obviously someone has to go, and like whoever it is, like I don't think they're that bad. Especially amongst like the worst players from the most recent seasons. Um, am I still confident about my winner pick? No, obviously not. um, Wearing jorts, I'm not. I don't think I own jorts. BB17 vibes. I can see it. I can kind of see like, at least conceptual. I could see it. Play better week one, Yash or Vince. Like Yash has made less mistakes. Um, it was between Jason and D. What's going on with Ashley now? Or why is she going now? I know I generally don't actually know the full story. Like I know that she started campaigning because the crossovers. So like the crossovers and the red corner finally got together last night. And like agreed we're keeping Ashley. And then but they don't want to be the ones to like out. So they went to Ashley, told Ashley to campaign for herself and that she has like all these votes, but now Ashley is campaigning to people, telling people she has these votes, which is scaring people off. I think is the basis around it. Um, like she, like so, like and like she knows she has Drew and Barrett, and that Drew and Barrett are now with the icons, which is definitely an issue for the crossovers. Um, yeah, it's like the crossovers essentially outed themselves. Which is like I don't know why they did that. Because they really didn't need to. So yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of a mess at this point. Shouldn't Melody want Ashley to stay? Depends. Uh, Probably over Taylor, I would say. Probably over Yash too. Yeah, probably. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know where she stands with Ashley. Like they were like close like a few days ago. I don't think that's stuck though. Um, so I don't know. When they're doing all this for Ashley and Taylor, yeah. Is Ashley the biggest flop? Maybe, I don't know. She's still fine though. Um, girls not like Ashley. Yeah, and I don't know why. Um, yeah, I don't know. I did like. I know also people are starting to get annoyed with Lala, which, yeah, that kind of kind of makes sense. Like I do think she's a lot at least. Like I feel like Lala's the type of person that like would be very fun for like 10 minutes, but not to like live the entire like season with. Tomorrow's gonna be at the mess to edit. Well, the answer is that they're just not going to edit it. Like they're just not gonna show it. Again, it's a 1 hour like eviction episode where like half of it is the blockbuster, so it's like they're just not gonna show it anyway. Yosh still going? Yeah, I don't know. I generally don't know. On the 42 trailer, I didn't like it, to be honest. I thought the Challenge 42 trailer like felt kind of like lame. Like the beginning of it was like okay. There's like some drama. There was some like insane shots. Like what the fuck is happening in some of those shots? But like, overall though, it felt weird. I also hate the cast photos. Like those look very like cheap. But I don't know. Ashley's going if she doesn't win. Is she going? She's going against both. Like, what are the votes right now? Because I generally not been following the last like 6 hours or so. Dean Drew said so in their talk. Okay. Why though? I'm like I mean like there is reason now, but like also it's like their own fault that there's no reason. But I don't know. It's a weird again like. I don't actually even fault Ashley too much. Like, based on what I know, at least. Again, maybe there's more to it that I'm just not aware of, which, like, I wouldn't be shocked. But, like, I don't fault Ashley too much for this situation. I fault the crossovers more, and then, like, it's like, I fault the crossovers. Like, okay. It's like the crossovers played poorly to cause this. And it's like, I mean, like, it's Ashley's fault for, like, okay. Like, I guess, like, she didn't need to, right? But it's like, you're going to expect her to campaign and try to get votes for herself. Yeah, but, like, she has to tell people the names. Like, if you're going to tell people, like, hey, like, I mean, I think, like, it's a spot where, like, she probably should have just settled for nothing, I guess. Like not campaigning and like just stuck with at least having the 7. Because I believe it is 7 votes, right? Or at least enough to cause a tie for like where it was before. Where if none of that happened, then she probably just stays, but like barely. But also it's like I don't fault her for trying to gain social capital out of this. Like because like at the end of the day, it's like, what is Ashley gonna do after this? Like she, and again, obviously that's a fault of like her game before this. Also, the fact that like she just had like no inroads before this, but it's like I don't think she's played this like that horribly, especially amongst like a lot of like first boots in the history of the show. This is the wrong post. This is a Lionel Messi post. I did watch Amazing Race Canada. Was it interesting? I don't know if I find that interesting. I find it really lame. I didn't love Amazing Race Canada. Or she could have hung on to the hangover or crossovers even if she was on the outs. Yeah, but it's like she's just like dangling on the bomb, just still continuing to be a pawn. It's like I still feel like she's in a spot where like I don't fault her for trying to like increase her position in the game. Drew can just miss everyone but Angela and Lyric. Seemingly. This is the right post, surely. Yeah. Thank God Chris Underwood's back. Except the whole quit part. Yeah. I enjoyed the figure scares, but everyone else is pretty generic. Yeah. When do you see the picture of cool? I don't even know what that means. You're just standing for my dead mom was a crazy move, yeah. That was pretty insane. All I know is I want Devin stocks. Is Stockwatch working now? I generally don't care anymore, to be honest. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not really bothering. But yeah, Devin's is yeah, we'll get to the power ranking obviously, but he might be number 1. Do we know if calls have gone out for next season traders? I believe it's been said that they have. Sharon implied she's already heard rumblings about traders. Sorry, but if D told me she was going to break the tie in favor of our alliance. Sus. Wait, what's this? I'll be so sus of her. Which situation is that referring to? Cool. I don't care about soccer. I generally, yeah, cool. Spain versus Argentina. That's something. Thank God a 39-year-old's going against a 19-year-old. Vince getting ready to be a trader. I'd love to see it. She's going to vote Ashley out in the tie. Okay, so this is also so. I just generally don't know where is the red corner at right now. Like, are they also anti-Ashley at this point? Because obviously they wanted to keep Ashley last night, I know. They want Ashley to stay. So they're still on board. Okay. But D and them aren't anymore. I mean, okay, wait. In this spot, the move should still be to keep Ashley then, right? Like if you're the Crossovers Alliance. I mean, like it's because like she's already exposed, like she's already exposing things already. It's like, what's the difference if she stays in still exposing things? So it's like, is it really worth? Because like you're exposed already, and then also you're gonna burn the red corner. Like, isn't that like the worst of both worlds? So at this point, like, just take the fact that you exposed Drew and Barrett, but at least keep the red corner so you at least have a majority. I thought she's already exposed things, though. Has she not actually exposed things yet? I was under the assumption that she already did. They don't believe her? Then what difference does it make then? If they don't fucking believe her, then what difference does it make if she's in the game or not? Melody doesn't believe Ashley. I think she bought Drew. Yeah, then what difference does it make? Then why are you voting her out? Generally, this makes no sense. So you're gonna burn your parachutes, to keep a secret that no one believes anyway? You mostly just said names to keep her so it's not fully exposed. But that's also all she knows, though. It's not like they told her, hey, we're the crossovers, we're a 5-person alliance. Like, that's all she knows is that those 2 votes are on board. Whose parachute is Ashley? No one's a parachute is Ashley. I'm saying that you're going to burn your parachute in the red corner. Like, I really do think D is, like, completely mishandling the red corner side of things. Saying Drew and Barrett should keep Ashley. I'm saying the Alliance should keep Ashley. Drew and Barrett as individuals is interesting. I think the Alliance as a whole, like, I think Rick and D should keep Ashley. For Drew and Barrett, yeah, I think they should. Because, like, the problem at this point is that Yash and Taylor are just on the other side. Like, at this point, it is essentially a split house. Like, obviously, they're, like, certain people are in the middle more than others. But, like, it's clearly being set up to be a split house. And, like, Yash and Taylor are just fundamentally on the other side at this point. Like, Yash is just so in with, like, the Rome, like, with, like, Rome and them. Taylor's with, like, Lala and Jason. It's like, Ashley has nobody. It's like, I like, if anything, like, you can pull in Ashley because you saved her at this point. Like, at this point, it's like the, like, crossovers plus Red Corner plus Ashley, that would just be a majority alliance. Ashley's not a reliable number. You think fucking Taylor and Yash are? Ashley's trying to get into the girl trio, but she can't. And also the other people are already in with the other side. It's like, again, it's like the spot where, like, I would rather have, like, someone that's at least potentially willing to work with me than other people that aren't even fucking working with me and clearly are against me. And again, she doesn't know. Like, I mean, D doesn't, like, that, like, the crossovers don't fully know that. But it's still bad. I've
been wanting to beat off.
Thank you, Clayton, for a resub. I think Drew's in an interesting spot because Drew has just so many options right now. I think if Drew wants the crossovers to succeed, he should keep Ashley. For Drew as an individual in the game, yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I think the Red Corner really doesn't care. Then, like, why haven't they pulled them in already? I mean, like, I don't think they'll ultimately care if they do the significant work to do it. But also, again, I still think the issue is the fact that Yash and Taylor are just so much on the other side. Like, I just think this is all around a bad move to be taking out Ashley over Yash and Taylor. Crossover saving grace is that the other side isn't actually fully together. Yeah. But also, they aren't either. Ashley was so bad, the crossovers tried to help her by convincing her to block up her... Oh, blow up. Wait. Tried to help her by convincing her to blow up her own game. Is that how bad... Is that how bad she is? It's like she's being told by the people that are voting for her to do something that is blowing up her game. Which is like, to me, that's more bad on them. Because, like, she's just doing what the people that wants... Yeah, she did it because the people that want her to, like, that are voting for her to stay are telling her to do it. People that think the crossovers actually got the game locked down and diluted, they don't. Yeah, they definitely don't at this point. Because I think they're playing poorly. Like I don't think they're handling this well. Like it's like they did good work to like set themselves up as this like secret alliance, but they're handling like almost everything like terribly at this point. And it's like it might still work out for them. Doesn't mean that they played it well. Yeah, cool. Yes. They think they have fucking Drew. They also think they have Devins too. They didn't give them to me and was like, I want you to know without question I'm not lying with them. And again, I think Devins has been doing very good work securing the relationship with Rome. And obviously Drew has already done the work with Melody. Where, yeah, I mean, we'll get to the power ranking, but that'll definitely affect things there. Should be a fun season because every player is good, but also messy at the same time. Yeah. I think that's what happens when like there are like a good amount of other competent players around you. What is this one?
I asked him what kind of things he cooks at home. He literally told me rice and chicken and sometimes vegetables. And that he throws everything away because he doesn't like to do dishes. I paid attention to these conversations.
Okay.
Then he's asking somebody else how to cook something that he already told me he knows how to cook. And out here with Lyric today, he was asking Lyric step by step on how to make the rice. He knows how to cook rice, Haley.
I love Angela. I think Angela and Devins D especially have handled this so badly as individuals. Kind of. I think Angela and D are definitely, and like I still think fault for sure for Devins, but yeah, we'll get to it with the player ranking when we run through it. Who would I say best long term? Because I feel like this week is flip flop constantly. I mean, like I think the power ranking also takes that into account. It's like I think for the bottom that accounts for short term. I think the people at the top is still accounting for long term. Like I think like when it comes to the power rankings, it's like the bottom is usually people that are in like direct danger right now. I think like after the bottom like 5 or so, it is more so based around long term. What was this about Melody? Saying their sides of the house, you'd be with us, who pursuing this. So okay, this is also the interesting thing. So Ashley knows. Yeah, so it is a strange because like she's saying this to Kamu, right? And like in her mind, Kamu is a vote to keep her, but also Kamu is not part of the group that told them that because like the crossover essentially told her together, right? That they were keeping her. As who the backup target would be if Haley's who the backup target would be if Haley's the target? Maybe Angela. How dare she? I mean, I'm telling you not to bear it, but yeah. Yeah. This season's just kind of all over the place, but again, I think in a fun way though. Like I know there definitely is a contingent that isn't loving this season so far. I do think they're, like I definitely can see why a certain part of the fan base isn't liking it. However, I'm having fun with it. Like, I think from a gameplay perspective, this is definitely the most like, not fluid's not the right term, right? But most like active house, I guess. In a very, very long time. Actually, that's probably not the right term either, because like it was active last season, but just like bad, of like horrible gameplay. This time it's like most people playing competently at least. And any of these players have been in the Aura community. I'm not 100% sure. Like, Barrett, I know, is obviously around the superfan community. I'm not sure the Aura community, though. I would not suspect anyone else. Like, I doubt anyone else is, like, a big enough fan to be in the Aura community. Because, like, who's the next biggest fan? Like, Drew? And Drew's, like, again, a casual fan that just watches the Thanimail videos. Like, that's pretty much, like, the only, like, insight into the superfan community he has. Barrett has, I think... Oh, has Drew done some? People got TikTok brain because the cast wasn't rabid gaming for the first 2 days. First year I've been truly locked in feeds. Yeah, I'll be honest, I haven't been watching as many feeds as I should this year. Like, really, I've only watched that. Like, I watched the first night. And then, yeah, really just, like, tiny spurts here and there. But not for, like, a long time, really, ever since that first night. Most of it's just been keeping up, like, stuff on Twitter and everything. Speaking of which, well, I'm not, like, not... speaking of which, not in terms of, Big Brother and stuff, but more so in terms of why I'm late and why I haven't paid attention to Big Brother as much. I've been working on the 50 review a lot in the last couple days, where I'm kind of almost done. And by that I mean by next stream, if I'm not done, I'll be like right there. I was surprised at how much progress I was able to get done today. I got all of episode 11 done, which is why I started a little bit late. But episode 11 is the longest episode outside the premiere and finale, I believe. The Aussie Boot episode, to clarify. So I got that episode done, which means I only have episodes 12 and 13 left. I think in terms of audio, it's only like an hour 20 left. So I could get it done by next stream. If not, I'll have it done by Monday. I think is where we're currently at with the Survivor 50 review. Yeah, what is this? By the time the reruns finished airing? Yeah, they don't finish airing until like the week before 51 starts. But actually, genuinely, like, that might be the saving grace for this video, the fact that the 50, like, reruns are playing, so at least, like, there's some, like, 50 talk still. Why they're rerunning 50? I think it's because it's just cheaper, and they think it'll be better ratings than, like, any other random thing they put on TV. And again, Survivor's doing well now, so, yeah.
We don't know who's going tonight. It's like crazy right now. I'm just gonna rip up my questions because I'm really like, I don't even know what to say. Depending on who, I don't know. Look, wish me luck.
Yeah, I love this is the like first time Julie actually had fun on Big Brother. BB 21. I think for 5 of us. I think for 5 of us to keep us good, Ashley probably go. I think it's better for us. Yeah. This was what, 2 hours ago? Yeah. Thoughts on Time Emperor Dr. Will? I think the more insane thing to me is the Howie. The fact that, like, not just that Howie came in to host the competition, which that is, like, kind of mind-blowing, but also the fact that Howie ended up having to talk as much as he did. The fact that they allowed Howie, like, to actually ramble on and give so much exposition. As he, I think that was from the Sam vote off. That was from the hack, right? That clip from when the feeds got hacked or whatever. During the day 44. Is that what day it was? Yeah, the BB7 clip also, like, all that was very insane. Was from McCrae.
Thing to talk to you.
Wait.
Talk to you on the.
Okay. Cool. Was that really worth the time? A certain part of the fan base, would I say not like this season? Wait, what certain part of the fan base? I think the people that are there for the drama. the people that were like hoping that Andrew would have a meltdown on day one and everything. Knew how he's gonna be part of the season somehow. I don't know, not necessarily. I mean, she did literally just go on this Survivor cruise with Howie, like, what, less than a year ago? Or maybe around a year ago? So I don't know. It's not impossible. So the guy who leaked feeds disappeared. Yeah. I wouldn't be shocked if he's still doing it. It's just that he's not releasing it. What was this?
God, I cannot have my alliance thinking that I'm paranoid and say too much. But I already know I'm doing it.
I do love this Angela. Generally, I do love this, like, self-aware Angela that's, like, trying to keep herself, like, control. What do I want to happen tomorrow? I probably would be most content with Yash going. Like, I would say probably, like, I guess, like, Ashley wins Blockbuster, Yash goes. Yeah, probably. Like, I like Ashley as a personality. Is she bringing much to the game? Not really. But I think she's brought at least more to the show than Yash and Taylor. I think Taylor's been more fun on the feeds than Yash is. Yash is just kind of there. Her and Haley did sort of fight. Who? Ashley and Haley? Yeah, it's like I just don't feel like Yash is bringing too much at this point. Was this from Reality TV Fan? I love it's like not the Reality TV Fan I was expecting, but also okay, cool. Thank God. Again, he's a beta and well, no, I guess he's not a beta submissive, but still, he's a Pokemon fan. Yeah, that's Rome. Like Yash might just win Blockbuster. Wouldn't be shocking. I mean, considering it is a mental comp, or like considering in the past it's been a mental comp, it really could be anybody. Then we did see Yash do the best in the veto. So yeah, it could be Yash. Like, Taylor did better in the, like, first comp we got, but then Yash did better in the veto. So it's like, again, not sure what kind of competition we're going to get. 10th anniversary of, what clip is this? He loves Luigi Mangione, does he?
Know who created Pokemon Go? But I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
Generally, that is so cringe, though. Mallory, fucking smoked them all in the veto, yeah. Kind of won by all 3 noms. I'm not really underwhelmed by Taylor. Mainly because Taylor was, like, someone I wasn't expecting much from, and I feel like Taylor's, like, been more fun than I was expecting. Yash, I was expecting to be fun, and then, yeah, he's just underwhelmed me. And then, Ashley, I think, is kind of what I expected. Just I was hoping she would, like, find herself in the majority right away. But yeah, thoughts on Rome's positioning. I mean, we'll talk about that in a second. See why he was an alternate. Yeah. I mean, he's good in like he's. I should say good, but like he's fine in confessional. It's just that he's not really doing much. More disappointed by the fact that we're not getting a 7-7 vote. Yeah, that would have been fun. Doesn't really matter too much though. Oh, I forgot Taylor was an alt too. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that actually. But yeah, I think Taylor was fun though. I like again watching Taylor campaign is just like kind of funny to me. I think I'm mostly underwhelmed by Ashley because I wasn't expecting too much from Yash and Taylor. Yeah, I think that's fair for sure. Oh, is that a thing she said? Ring for Melly to win HOH. I'm not sure who I want to win HOH. I guess Jason. I think I'd lean Jason. Actually, I don't know, but then Jason will target Devins though, and like might even put up Angela and whatnot. Yeah, maybe Rome. Yeah, I guess Rome is kind of like a good middle ground. Limited knowledge I knew about Ashley before she was on the show. She seemed like a very boring person. Again, just the way she talks is very funny to me. Like just the fact that she just like naturally says nervy is funny to me. Yeah, Rome and the Lyric and the HOH is definitely not gonna be great though, will it? Will Rome consolidate the alliance? I don't know if he will, knowing Rome at this point. I have finished the Maze Race 33. And I'll be honest, I don't hate the season. Where I remembered it very negatively, but like having rewatched it's like it's fine. It's not great. Like it's definitely a bottom half season, but like it's not horrible. Like there is some interesting stuff going on, and I think like it's one that's like really helped by like the top teams are really fun to watch. Where like Ryan and Dusty are like Dusty in particular is like really fun TV. Like I like Raquel and Kayla, like Kim and Penn have some fun moments. I don't remember if I hated 34 more. I'm assuming I will on the rewatch. We'll see. I am gonna do a Masonry season ranking. That's kind of the intention. Is do it after 40 at least. I didn't buy anyone in Stockwatch. I haven't played Stockwatch yet, and I probably just won't. I don't really care, to be honest. Lisa Lawrence is just doing American Ninja Warrior. Why? What'd she do? She won't do well in American Ninja Warrior. Let's see. Oh, where's 33? I assume 33 would be low too, but I generally don't remember. Do you think the viewers think we're a perfect power duo? Okay. BB Can 4 finale was 2 months ago, or 2 years. Wait, finale was. I assume you mean. Oh yeah, wait. You're talking about the 10-year anniversary of the finale was 2 months ago. Gonna need the Mega of 3 to clock and convince crossovers to save Ashley. Like to see it. The problem is that do they know? I mean, I guess it'll be a spot where like you would assume they're gonna tell the red corner, right? We'll get BB Can 4 retrospective someday. Maybe. It's not as likely as like BB7 and that sort of stuff, but I would like to. What was this? Where are Chelsea and Angela at this point, actually? I mean, like, it is pretty unhinged. Generally, it is pretty unhinged for Jason. Like, I don't think it's a spot where, like, I genuinely hate Jason and stuff, but, like, it is a pretty unhinged thing to do, though. Jason Ranley says Angela has a teen girl side to her from not getting attention from hot guys in high school. That's a weird thing to say. B27 is so fucking good, yeah. I have 5 last I checked. Who's getting evicted? Probably Ashley. I'm generally like Food Truck knows because Blockbuster, but like, yeah, it looks like Ashley's the most likely. Who goes? I'm assuming Yash still goes against Taylor though, right? Yeah, like that hasn't changed yet, right? Yeah. Which at this point I would want Taylor to stay at least. What's gonna flip? No, you like Yash? I think Yash has been kind of there. Is Yash the best Y player? Oh, thank God. Current state of the crossovers. Oh, fuck me. We're still trying to get Ashley on no matter what. Yeah. If it's Taylor and Ashley, yeah. Okay, yeah. Well, that was just a few minutes ago. So yeah. All right. I think we should probably start the player or the power ranking. Get that done for tonight. Which again, I'll post this one on the main channel. After this week, we'll see. I'm not 100% on if I'm gonna post all of them on the main channel. I probably, like, I don't know. I probably just will for the sake of consistency, but also, like, I don't know if it's actually better for the channel. Like, generally, it's like, I don't think it's helping the channel that much. It's like, yeah, it's like an extra, like, a little bit of revenue and whatnot. And, like, it is exposing, like, the streams to people that, like, wouldn't watch it otherwise. But also, I feel like it is, like, kind of clogging the channel a bit too much. So, I don't know. That's Outer Wilds. It's fine. From like I haven't gotten to do too much in it, but it's fine for what it is. I'm interested in seeing like what happens with it. Can we start with the 3 noms? We could do reverse order. Oh fuck, Ashley would be like all the way at the end though. I still want to keep it like somewhat structured. Yeah, I'm playing Outer Wilds. Just started. Like, I'm literally only played like an hour. But yeah. It's interesting. I generally don't know much about, like, again, I'm in a spot where, like, I know there's something big about the game that's supposed to be really great. I don't actually know, what that is. So, we'll see. Blueprints after. I might play Blueprints again. Probably not right after them. Exodus gameplay. Yeah, I'm probably just never watching at this point. Piku Niku. Which one's Piku Niku? Oh, by the way, I did see. So yeah, Obsession is going to Peacock on Friday. So I might watch it. We'll see. I'll definitely watch it. It's just a matter of do I watch it before next stream or not. Expanse gameplay came out. How is it looking? Because I remember it looked cool when it was like initially revealed. By the way, I've also been watching a Black Flag. Lasers has been playing the Black Flag remake, so I've been watching that, and yeah, it looks kind of bad. Not horrible. Like generally, it's like it's not like Rebirth level. Like it's not like the worst remake ever, but like, it's I don't know. It's just kind of mid. But I'll play it eventually. I'll probably stream it at this point. Whenever I do play it. If MC's the most screw player from 49, or Matt and Jason runners up, or I would say Jake is probably next, and then Matt and Jason. Yeah, what is this? When was this? This was like 3 hours ago.
And I'd rather keep our people loyal.
Yeah, right. Then like, so like what tonight?
I think tonight we get the crossovers up here, or get the crossover up here
With Red Corner.
because we can do that. Get everybody in here, right? Like not right now.
I mean, like, we'll see how that goes. So yeah, so they are planning on getting Red Corner together with them, which, like, if that's the case, then like, it, like, that doesn't, like, I don't know, it could flip back. Like, it generally wouldn't shock me if it flipped back. But I don't know, we'll see. Could D go home next week? I think it'd be very, very difficult for her to go home next week. It's possible. It would be pretty tough, though. It's like, how would she go home? Like, it's like, I guess against Devins? Or maybe against Angela? Like I think against Devins it'd be like a fairly close vote. Against Angela, I think it's just a spot where like D is just a bigger threat. But again, like I think it's tough to see exactly how everything lands to where D goes home. You see Altiva or Charlie, yeah. Devins isn't putting up Rome though. Or wait, other way around. I mean, Rome's not putting up Devins. And I don't know if Devins is putting up Rome either. But like, Rome's not putting up Devins. I feel fairly confident in that. Who's Rome directly going for? He's probably going for what, Haley? I think it'll probably be Haley. Would it be Haley, Kamu, Chuck? Would that be his block? Oh, I did see that. I did see KH is going to be at D23, so see how that goes. Oh, if, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's the other side. Yeah. Jason, Lala would definitely be targets for the other side. All right. Again, we gotta start the player ranking. It's getting late. I'll be honest. I don't even know if I'm even gonna do the. Wait, we're gonna do the power ranking. I don't know if I'm even bother doing the player ranking. We'll see. I'm really fucking tired already, but yeah, we'll see how it goes. All right, what order do we want to go? With the power ranking, I think we'll just go alphabetical. I think we'll switch it up like every week. I think we'll still go alphabetical order this way, and I think like next week we'll go like the other direction. I think we'll do something like that. There's no way BB is letting Devins or D go home week 2. I mean, yeah. Yeah, and also, yeah, there's going to be the power in play, and that'll probably help them too, you would think. Right, power ranking after the Wednesday episode of week 1 of Big Brother 28. Generally have not been paying attention to feeds as much as I should be, but I know it's been crazy, so we'll see how this goes. Angela, number 1. And Angela's like, generally Angela's like still just kind of in a similar spot as last time. Like obviously the alliance of the crossovers is in a like fairly hectic position, but like they're still in position to run the house right now. Like it's not like enough to where like they're out of the power position. So like as a whole, Angela is just in a similar position. I don't know how well Angela's actually been playing. Like obviously she's been alerted to what Jason's been doing, and that's kind of like caused her to like be cagey around him. She's also obviously been very sus of Drew. For all that is kind of bad. Outside of that, it's like, yeah, position wise, she's pretty much the same. Like maybe they're like, I don't know, like will people nominate Angela? Like there's a chance. Would Angela be the target for anybody? I don't think so. So yeah, I think Angela's still fairly safe. She's in the majority group. I'm trying to remember like how many connections she really has outside of her group. Like she has what, Mallory, like as a like loose connection. Does she have much else? Like obviously she kind of had Jason, but not anymore. Like the red corner wanted to pull her in, but like that's just like kind of the same. Like I kind of just look at it as like the same like sort of grouping. So it's like I feel like from the opposite side, like the actual opposite sides, like is there like how many connections you really have there? I don't feel like she's the greatest, but again, she's still like pretty safe for the short term, and I still think that Alliance is in the spot to run the game, even though they've been very messy with how they're handling the upcoming vote. And with that, Ashley, which, yeah, Ashley might be going home. So okay, I talked about it earlier, Shree, but like I have not been able to follow feeds for the last few hours. From what I understand, Ashley is looking like she's going home, largely because of the crossovers having accidentally exposed himself to her, and then her using that as part of her campaign, which, yeah, I mean, again, I don't fault Ashley too much personally for this, but obviously it is a spot where, like, her campaigning has led to her spot kind of being blown up. Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, she's gonna be last by the end, especially because, like, I have the least amount of faith in her to win the blockbuster. I mean, she's someone that I am not expecting to win like a physical comp, especially over someone like a Yash. Mental comp, she's shown herself to be terrible, so it's like, I am not, yeah, I'm expecting Ashley to likely stay on the block by the end, though who knows, maybe there's a world where the vote can flip. Again, we'll see. Yeah, it's like, I just think the crossovers, like, I think they fumbled the ball. And it's like, I don't fault Ashley for, like, following the directions the crossovers told her to do. It's like, how dare the people that want to save her, or how dare she do the things that the people that want to save her want her to do, and then they regret it to where now they're like, oh fuck, we kind of need to vote her out. Oh yeah, she finally ate a burger. That's a thing. What a big move. That's almost as big of a move that Aubrey's made. Yeah, again, Ashley likely is going home though. I don't think she's the worst player in the world. I obviously think she's too passive. She didn't get herself into a majority or really any sort of group. And that's an issue, despite the fact that she's a very, like, social person. But yeah, just didn't really find her people, and she's probably going home. Barrett. I think is still number one. I still think I had to land him number one of these three. I think with Barrett, is that what happened with Red and BB25? What? Oh wait, with Red, I'm generally trying to remember what happened. I remember it was like a weird situation where, like, he campaigned to, like, wait, no, yeah, Jared. What was it that Jared told him something he shouldn't have, and they had to vote him out because of that, right? That's what happened to Red, right? It was something like that, which, yeah, I guess that is kind of similar. But anyway, Barrett, again, same thing. He's in the majority alliance. Again, the fact that they kind of expose themselves to Ashley, that's very sloppy. The thing is, though, no one believes it. Like, it is leaving him in a spot where, again, like, it's out there technically that he's working the vets and everything, but it does still seem like the Rome side of it, like, still wants to pick him up as a number, and still look at him as, like, a potential number. So, like, his position's not bad. I feel like Barrett is someone that I don't know if he's active enough from my perspective. I ideally would like to see him do a bit more. Where, like, I know he talks about having a good relationship with Mallory, but I don't know how close that connection really is. And really outside that, I don't know how many, like, one-on-one connections he has outside of it. Like, he has a relationship with Jason. That's also a thing. And, like, obviously he's starting to get into, like, a potential showmance with D. He's close to Devins. Like, but again, those are people in his group. And he's close to, like, Drew. But, like, in terms of, like, the people outside of his core group, I don't know how many people he's, like, super close to. Or, like, that was my criticism of him last time, and I feel like it's kind of a similar criticism of, like, I feel like Barrett is in a spot where, like, he's very good for the short term. I don't know what his long-term prospects are currently, because, like, I feel like he's always on the bottom of whatever group he's a part of. Where, like, even if he gets in with the Rome group, he's kind of on the bottom of that group. Even in with the current crossovers, he's probably, like, number 5 on that alliance. Like, I guess it depends, really, because, like, obviously, like, to Angela and D, like, Drew would be at the bottom. I think for Devins, Barrett's at the bottom, though, right? Even though he's supposed, like, Barrett said that he's, like, his number 1 ally is Devins. So, again, I don't feel like the greatest about Barrett's long-term prospects, but I think short-term he's obviously very good. He's on the bottom D2, yeah. Jared told Cam and Red 2 different stories about something. Yeah, that's kind of what it is, right? They became friends again. Sri flipped the vote onto Red to stop Cam and Red from comparing notes and exposing Jared. Yeah. I remember it was something like, I remember it was Jared fucked up, so then Sri had to take out Red to like save Jared. Or to help Jared. But yeah. Chuck. I think Chuck's just an easy 3 from where we're at. Grand scheme of things, I don't really have the greatest sense of where Chuck is in the game right now. Like, obviously, well, I do in the sense that he's with the red corner. But I don't know his long-term prospects. Is kind of thing. Where, like, Chuck, I haven't seen him do too much actively. Like, I know him in the red corner have been, like, pulling in Angela. And I know he did, like, some of the work to pull in Angela. And, like, obviously, within the red corner, like, he's in a pretty good spot. He's, like, very close to both Camu and Haley as a final 2 Haley. The problem is that that group's not really in that great of a spot. Like, holistically, it's like they're kind of the scapegoats for their side, which even then isn't even like a full-on side. Dean and Angela are going to end up like Sri and Izzy. I could see it for sure. There definitely are a lot of BB25 parallels with how things have been going. But yeah, Chuck's just someone that, like, I think he's playing okay within his group. The problem is just that his group's just not in the greatest spot in the world, and I don't know, like, where he goes from here. I don't really know. Like, I know he, like, had a bond with, like, Rome. And, like, I don't think anyone, like, actively, like, dislikes Chuck. But I don't think Chuck's doing as much as he should be to, like, get in with people outside of, like, Camu and Haley. Or generally, does Chuck have a relationship with, like, much of the even the crossovers? Like, I don't even know if I've even seen, like, him and Barrett talk. So yeah, I don't feel great about Chuck, but he isn't, like, in immediate danger. So yeah, 3. D. I think I still have to go 1 over Barrett. D has been a bit sloppy recently. And for the, like, alliance as a whole and how they're, like, functioning has been sloppy. But still, it's like I feel like D, I really just don't like how she's handling the red corner. Like, I really feel like that should be like D's people, or at least, like, allow that to be perceived to be D's people. Yet she's, like, kind of dissociating herself from them. Like, again, like, she's, like, shit-talking Haley and stuff. It's like, and, like, I guess she's, like, actually annoyed of Haley, but, like, I feel like D is someone that, like, is not really able to hide how much she, like, dislikes people, like, as much as I would want her to. It's because she hates them. Yeah, I know. And I think that's bad, though, because it's good for her game to not hate them. Or again, they like her. So it's like, again, when they like you, you should be playing into that. I do think she is, like, I think she's trying to keep around Camu at least. I think that's at least good. Because I do think Camu is someone that's, like, a potentially really good ally for her. But yeah, I think her not really, like, locking that in, especially not locking in, because, like, really, like, they really should have gotten, like, crossovers plus red corner, like, locked in, like, so long ago. Like, they tried to, like, last night, I know, but, like, that should have just been the easy move for them to make. And the fact that they didn't really until, like, last night, and even that didn't stick. It's like, I don't love how she's handling that aspect of it. She's not being targeted by a lot of the opposition. Like, generally, like, her name's probably coming up the least of the icons. So even though, like, I think if D were to end up on the block against, like, Angela or whatever, like, I think D would go home. Like, I don't think they would vote on Angela in that spot. Like, I still don't think, like, D is someone that, like, most people are, like, planning on nominating. And even if they are, they're planning on nominating her of, like, Camu and Haley. Yeah, like, Jason likes D, like, she has a side deal, like, and, like, again, D does have a lot of, like, side deals. Like, she does have, like, a side deal of, like, Lyric. She's a side deal with Jason. Again, she's been, like, keeping, like, again, telling Taylor she's safe, even though, no, did Taylor, no, Yash said that he would put up D, right? Did Taylor ever say she would put up D? I don't think so, right? I could be wrong on that, though. But still, it's like, I feel like D, again, D's been doing well, but I still think there's a lot of sloppiness there, but it's still, like, one of the best positions in the house. She's still, like, even though I don't think she's handled, like, those two alliances the best, she's still in the center of those two alliances, and she has a lot of outside connections. So, again, I still think, like, amongst the field, especially the ones that we've gone through so far, it's like, I feel like she kind of has me number one. I feel like she's, like, in comparison to Barrett, I feel like she has more, like, one-on-one inroads than he does. So, yeah. Drew. I think Drew's actually probably the most interesting person to talk about since last stream, because, like, a lot has happened. Because I believe during last stream was when Drew was exposing Jason, right? If not, it was during last stream, then at least it was very close to it. But, like, now we've seen, like, a lot of fallout from that. We've seen Drew also get, what is it? We have Drew, like, obviously with the sus from D and Angela. We have Drew kind of being included more with the Rome side of things in terms of their plans. Like, there was what was the alliance with Drew? And didn't Drew get into an alliance with Rome? Was it the day after? I thought it was the day of. Oh yeah, that's what it is. It's Rome, Lyric, Drew, Melody, right? 4 seasons. But yeah, again, like, Drew has a lot of options in the game right now. I think Drew is actually probably the person that has the most options. Where, like, I think in comparison to Barrett, like, I feel like Drew's been putting in the work to, like, build these connections to the opposite side, where I feel like Barrett isn't really doing that. It feels like Barrett's just being included, just for the sake of numbers, and just kind of on the bottom of that group. Where, like, I feel like Drew's actually getting himself, like, in on those people. The problem, is that he's not loyal to them. Like, he seemingly is loyal to Crossroads, which I don't know if that's the right move for him genuinely. Like, I think Drew's this, like, interesting player where, like, yeah, it's like, he's relaying a lot of information back to Crossroads in a spot where, like, it is it's an attempt to secure his connection for Crossroads. The problem is that Angela and Dee don't see it as that still, and are still sketched out by him, even though it is locking in his relationship with Devins, where I do feel like Devins is locked in with him. But also, I don't know if that's what he should be doing. And, like, it's fine for the short term. Like, I mean, either way, Drew should be keeping his options open. Like, Drew should be like, generally, Drew should be playing the way that Angela and Dee think he's playing. Because yeah, like, Angela and Dee think that Drew's, like, playing the middle and, like, isn't actually loyal to him, which is, like, the way that Drew probably should be playing. But, like, he's not, and he actually is loyal to the crossovers, potentially too much. But yeah, and, like, I think between him and Barrett, it's like Barrett's game is cleaner because, like, Barrett's just not doing as much. But I think if, like, shit hits the fan, I think Drew would end up being in a better spot. Like, if the crossovers gets exposed and actually, I guess if it gets exposed, Drew might actually get in more trouble because, like, he was one playing them more, right? The question is, will they believe it? Which it doesn't seem like they will anyway. Drew stopping the Ashley plan because he sucks. Which Ashley plan? Oh wait, sounds like Hamu is the one person preventing the Ashley plan from going through currently. Okay. Anyway, I think Drew, like, genuinely, like, I think there's an argument for Drew being number one right now. I don't think I'm gonna go with it just because I do feel like a lot of things feel like they're, like, set up to crumble for the long term. But I do think he might be in the best short-term position, like, out of everybody. Like, I don't think, is there a single person that's, like, targeting Drew? And even the people that, like, I think the people that are, like, most sketched out by Drew are the people in his own alliance. So I think I am gonna move him above Barrett. I think I get the argument that Barrett is like playing cleaner than Drew, but I think Drew has more like upside right now. So yeah, Haley. Yeah, I think that's kind of easy. Haley's second to last right now. Generally, like if the vote was still up in the air, I think there's an argument for Haley being last. Like Haley's someone that's still like not doing great, like still not liked by most of the house. Even D, who's someone that's supposed to be a really close ally of hers, like hates her. Like, probably like debatably the most like likely to go home next week. Like I think there's still this like kind of split house sort of dynamic, but like if the opposite side of like this Jason, like those sort of people like win HOH, like Haley definitely is the most likely to go, because like even if it's a spot where like Jason isn't targeting Haley, Haley's likely to end up on the block, and like depending on how Blockbuster goes and everything, it's like if Haley's there by the end, it's like I think they would just vote out Haley. Like if it's Haley versus Devins on the block at the end, I think Haley still goes. So yeah, I think Haley is definitely in a lot of danger. She also just doesn't really have many long-term prospects. Crossover over to work with her because Jason Lala sucks, essentially, yeah. But yeah, I think like they've kind of fumbled the ball of working with the icons for sure. So we're like, yeah, I think if Haley makes it deep into the season, it's really because she just is a necessary number for people like D and Devins, but she's also just such an easy scapegoat. So I think her being, I think her being like the worst of the people not on the block, I think makes a lot of sense. And I generally think you could argue her being even below someone that is on the block, which we'll talk about. Jason obviously was my winner pick, which I mean, like, let me see this actually. Where did I have Ashley at this point last season? 13. I had Ashley at 13 out of 17. Cam, I had number 1, but that's whatever. Oh yeah, I didn't do weekly at this point, did I? But like, yeah, Jag I had at 13 after week 1. Taylor I had at 14 after week 1. Xavier's probably higher. Yeah. But either way, it's like, again, I've had winner picks that were looking really bad after week 1. But also it's looking really bad. Jelly Jason, yeah, I don't know what the fuck he's doing. He's playing this really terribly. And I really like Jason. Like, obviously there is the like weird stuff with like Angela and whatnot, but like I think he's a fun character. I at least like the fact that he's like playing up this like villain. But he is like he is probably the most likely boot from his side next week. The thing is though, he does seem to be good at competitions. So it's like, again, considering there's like 2 competitions to save themselves, like I wouldn't be shocked if he like ends up winning one of those to keep him there. Yeah, it's like I feel like the Red Cross is definitely targeting him. Like I feel like which are we just calling it that now? Like they didn't name themselves that, right? Like, but yeah, I like obviously Red Corner and crossovers. Which like obviously it makes sense to call them that. But yeah, like Red Corner, like the Camu, the Haley, Chuck contingent, they have a lot of reason to target Jason, and like Rome, obviously D, Rick, and have a lot of reason to target Jason at this point. And yeah, it's like it's a spot where like I feel like Jason did it all to himself. Like Jason is someone that is so liked, like just naturally, to where like I remember during those first few days, like all the like vets were talking about how much they like Jason, but just that he wasn't talking to them. And like the fact that now he's been like exposed for like shit talking them and targeting them, it's just like it just feels like such a wasted opportunity, because like he's so gifted socially, and he's kind of just throwing that all away just because he has this like vendetta against the vets, which like I kind of get it from like a personal level, in the sense that like obviously he got cast as a normie, and like along with that also probably comes the fact that he got paid way less, despite the fact that he also is like a reality TV icon. So it's like I kind of get like that aspect of it, and like again, if you're on Big Brother you want to get screen time, like I get it. but also it's terrible play. So yeah, I feel like Jason's someone that, yeah, he's just one most likely to go. I actually think there's an argument between him and Haley. I'll go above Haley still. I think he has more people on his side currently than Haley. Like, Haley really just has Kamu and Chuck. Jason, like, still has, like, what? Like, Rome, Lyric, Latrice, Taylor, kind of Melody to a degree, kind of. Yeah, I think it's slightly better odds for Jason, but like not much generally. Like I think Jason is in a very rough spot coming into the following week. He wasted his opportunity to use his unexposed reality background to connect with the normies. And yeah. And again, that's why I picked him as my winner pick. Like, I picked him as my winner pick because I was like, he's going to be messy. I knew that. But I thought he would at least be able to, like, leverage the fact that he is this kind of middle ground to, like, again, have the bond of the newbies, which at least he did that. But then I was hoping that he would also, like, again, be like to the vets that's like, hey, I was on a reality show too. And then, like, be included them. And then he just didn't do that. Instead targeted them. Do you know that Lyric was on American Idol? I don't know, actually. I haven't heard it be brought up. But I don't know if it really matters. If anything, I feel like the TikTok following is more of a thing than American. Because, like, American Idol's, like, she was, like, one contestant out of, like, hundreds. And, like, she's, what... Like, how far... She got eliminated in, like, the first round Hollywood, right? It's not like she made that far. Like, I think her having, like, a fairly big TikTok following is, like, more notable. But, anyway. Yeah, I think Jason's obviously one of the more likely people to go home next week. Kamu. I have such complex thoughts on Kamu because I genuinely don't think Kamu's that bad of a player. Like, I think Kamu obviously is, like, a bit too open with what he's doing, and he's a big talker. He definitely, like, tries to, like, what do you call it? Like, control the room and that sort of thing. But, like, in general, like, I think Kamu has, like, a lot of good instincts for the game. The problem is that he's just being, like, straight out outplayed by, like, the crossovers. Like, it's a spot where, like, and I saw Corey compare him to Keanu, and, like, I see it not exact. Like, I think it's, like, I think Kamu's better than Keanu, but, like, I get the notion of that. It is a spot where, like, if the way that Kamu was viewing the game was what was actually happening, he is playing it well. The problem is that how he views the game is not what the reality is. Like, he thinks the Red Corner is this dominant alliance that's, like, running the show, when, like, the reality is that the Red Corner's really just, like, the secondary alliance to the crossovers and are really just used as, like, shields for them. So it's, like, that's a big issue. I think outside, again, like, I think he's playing well. Like, again, he's still, like, maintaining this relationship with Dee. Dee does like him. Dee did say that she wants to protect Kamu. The problem is that he's still being associated with Haley. He's still being associated with the Red Corner, to where, like, even if it's a spot where, like, Dee wants to keep Kamu around, Kamu's still going to be on the block. And if Haley wins a competition, Kamu's still the most likely to go at that point. Like, Kamu's still someone that, like, if you get Kamu on the block, he's, like, a big enough threat to where, like, you're probably just going to end up voting him out, especially if it's, like, not Haley there. Yeah, it's like Kamu definitely should branch out more. Like, that's definitely a criticism. But, like, I don't think, like, again, I think if the way he viewed the game was the reality, I don't think it's the worst play in the world. And, like, I think especially, like, if this was Survivor, I think it's especially, like, would be good play on Survivor. I don't, like, obviously Big Brother is different because, like, anyone can win HOH any week, and through that, like, obviously the power can shift, and, like, yeah, that could fuck him over for sure. And I think because of that, he's kind of dropping the ball if, like, his relationship's on the other side. But, like, just in general for, like, a social strategy game, I don't think he's, like, playing this too poorly. Like, I think, like, again, if this was Survivor, like, I think he would be playing this, like, well enough in, like, being able to corral this majority group together. But again, the issue is the fact that he doesn't really see the fact that Dee's just more loyal to the other group. But again, I think he still has, like, maintained good relationships within his, like, group. I still think, like, him pulling in Angela was, like, a good idea. I don't think he's a bad player, but he is in a rough spot. I actually kind of want to move him above Chuck right now. Like, I do think he's in a lot more danger than Chuck, but I do think Kamu's a better player, and I think Kamu has more long-term potential than Chuck. Also, Kamu did good work with Devins also. Kamu and Devins kind of have a... Like, I think Devins would also try to protect Kamu if push came to shove. Where, again, it would be tough, too, if Kamu ends on the block against, like a big pawn or whatever. But, like, if it's Kamu versus Chuck, I could see a world where, like, Chuck goes home over Kamu. Yeah. It's like, I think that's very viable. Because I think Kamu's done better work to, like, secure people that would want to actively keep him around. And those people would have influence to get other people to want to keep him around. So, yeah. I think I'll move him to 5, which is the highest of the non-crossovers so far. With that, we get to Latrice. Latrice is someone that I feel like I'm lower on her from last stream. Or last stream, I was still under the assumption that people love Latrice. It feels like since then, there's been a lot more talk about how people are annoyed with Latrice. To where that's definitely a downside. I do feel like she's also in a position where she's very likely a nominee next week if the Red Cross side wins power. Like, it doesn't feel like she'll be the target. It feels like that would be Jason, but obviously, again, it's still precarious to be in a block, especially in a blockbuster season, and especially with Jason being someone that seems to be competent in competitions. Like, Lala is definitely someone that I think could theoretically go home next week, to where, yeah, I think that's definitely a precarious spot. I think she's 7. I think I'll move her below Chuck. I just think she's so likely to go on the block. Like, I think, like, half the house, maybe not that. I mean, like, to be fair, like, if like, Barrett and Drew in HOH, I don't 100% know where they're going next week. But yeah, if, like, Angelo wins, if Devins wins, if, was it, like, Chuck, Kamu, Haley, it's like, there's still a decent amount of people, that would put her on the block. So, and again, I think she definitely could go home if competitions play out the wrong way. So, yeah. Lyric. So, like, last stream, I was pretty high on Lyric. I had her, I believe, the highest of the non-crossovers. And I kind of still want to do the same. I feel like Lyric's someone that I wish she was a more active player. Where I still think a big issue is the fact that, like, her and Rome are kind of, like, sticking too close to each other. Like, I feel like they're a bit preoccupied with each other over the game. Wait, no, that was not the right number. I'm putting her at 5, above Kamu. Yeah. But yeah, like, I wish she was a little bit more active, but I do think she's actually in a pretty good spot. Like, I still think there's a world where she's like she could go home. Like, it's not impossible. Like, where if there really becomes, like, an anti-Rome contingent next week, like, if, like, Kamu, that group, wins HOH, they decide not to target Jason, they decide to target Rome, they put up Lyric as a backup, as a pawn, and then, like, Blockbuster plays out, Vito plays out, she's on the block. Like, there's a shot. But even then, I don't know if she's, like, 100% going home. Like, if she's against, like, Melody, does she go home? Not sure. Against Mallory, does she go home? Not sure. Again, like, I don't think she's, like, dead in the water. Like, I feel like she's actually in a pretty safe spot in the game. And I do like that she has, like, this connection to D. And yeah, it's like, I don't think anyone's, like, planning on putting her up. Like, even right now, like, even though there is talk about, like, putting up Rome, like there isn't really talk about putting up Rome with Lyric currently. Again, I think it'll eventually get to that for sure. But, like, right now, it feels like it's more so, like, Rome, Jason, Lala, more than Lyric. I feel like Red Cross would avoid putting her up in Rome in favor of Jason, Lala, yeah. But you still need 3 people. Like, I wouldn't be shocked. Like, I don't think Devins would put up Rome. And maybe they just avoid... Because, like, obviously, if you put up one part of the showmance, you're pissing off the other member of the showmance. So, Yeah, like I could see Melody end up being the nom then instead, or even like a Mallory. It would probably be It depends. I think it depends. Like I think for Angela it would be Melody. I think for Devins it could be Mallory maybe. Because like Drew has Melody, so I don't know if he would want to put up Melody. I don't know. It could be a mess. Devins legit said he's excited to put Lyric up. Did he? But anyway, it's like I still think Lyric is fairly safe. I do think she has a lot of connections on their side. I just don't think she's done the appropriate work to like secure those alliances. Like she does have the like 4 Seasons alliance now. And again, she's like close to Jason. It's like she's close to like Mallory and Melody still to a degree. It's like she has a lot of connections, just that she's not really been able to like put that all together. But I still think she's one to say for people in the house. Mallory. Mallory. Yeah, I knew Drew read out because that's what Drew does. Yeah, Mallory, like, I don't know how many people are targeting Mallory at this point. Like, I don't think really anybody. And I don't even know if she's like a primary person to even be a pawn at this point. Where I feel like Mallory's just someone that is like kind of more so floating in the middle. I don't know if that's really intentional though. Like it really feels like that's more so just a spot where like she was trying to be with Melody Melody and Lyric, and then they kind of dropped her. And then like Angela picked her up, and like Barrett has a relationship with her. It's like, but yeah, she really is just kind of riding in the middle. She is still like targeting D, or like she's like in a weird spot with D, right? Like where she's still talking about like nominating D, but I believe her and D have like talked it out. But it's like, I would not be shocked if she still does nominate D. But I do think she's on the upswing. I don't think she's in direct danger. You're so back like Hurricane Howie. Well, thank God. And again, I don't think she's that bad of a player. Like, even like in this situation where like Melody wants to like turn against her because like she was so emotional after getting nominated. It's like, I didn't feel like she was that bad. Like from what we saw in the show, it's like, yeah, she like threw out Ashley and Barrett, but like, is that really that bad? Like, I mean, like, yeah, it's like, I get that she probably shouldn't have done that, but like, that's not the worst play in the world. Like, again, like, it's mostly just like her calling out that, hey, there's this other group you could have put up. So again, I don't think Mallory is like, yeah, I think Mallory's fine. I think I'll go above Kamu. I think Kamu has more like long-term potential. Like I think Kamu is definitely someone that I think if he's able to get out of this like tricky spot in these next couple weeks, I could see Kamu becoming a front runner to win the game. I don't know if I see that with Mallory. Like Mallory is someone that I could see like kind of floating for a while, but I don't know if she's really gonna like take the reins at any point. Where I feel like Kamu is someone that like I could definitely see him like forming some sort of alliance midway through and they run the rest of the season. But I think Mallory is in a better short-term position. And again, I don't think it's playing like that badly at this point. So yeah, 6. Melody. Yeah, Melody, I am not 100% sure what to do with. Melody's someone that I think could definitely be a pawn next week. I think that's definitely an option. She does have a lot going for her at this point. Like, even though Drew is, like, using her as, like, a shield or whatever, like a parachute, like, I still think, like, Drew's gonna try to keep her around. Like, it's not like a spot where, like, Drew is, like, actively planning on, like, getting himself on the block with her and taking her out. Like, I think Drew's gonna try to keep her around as long as he can. And, like, Melody also has, like, the connection to Lyric. She has the 4 Seasons with Rome and Drew. I still think the play to like turn on Mallory so quickly was like really dumb. And again, I do think it's very viable for her to be a pawn next week. If it's Jason Latrice on the block, like Melody as a pawn in that spot wouldn't be the most egregious thing in the world. Even though looking at the board, I think it could potentially be another person as well. But like still, I think Melody would definitely be an option. And if, again, competitions go wrong, like, there's a shot she's in danger, but, yeah, I think that was also dropped, or like her dropping the ball a bit, like her relationship with Ashley, where like it felt like midweek she was like starting to really build a bond with Ashley, where like she was like Ashley's closest person, and then like after like she went on the block and everything, it just felt like she kind of just stopped. She has good instincts, but she doesn't act on them the best. Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Like, she's definitely, like, she has a killer instinct. The problem is that she's, like, too quick, I think, to be... Like, I think she's too individualistic in how she thinks about the game. Is my read. And, like, she did say that in the episode that, oh, I'm an only child, so, like, I only look out for myself, which is, like, yeah, but it's like looking out for other people is also looking out for yourself. Like in many positions. So we're like you can't get through this game solely on your own, especially from like this point, like so early on in the game. Like you do need other people. Or again, not everybody could be an Aubrey. So yeah, I think Melody is below Mallory, below Kamu. Chuck, I think, is interesting. I think Melody's doing a lot more than Chuck, and I think Melody probably has more long-term potential than Chuck. These Aubrey whackings. I mean, get ready to watch the 50 review. But yeah, I think I'm going to go above Chuck. I think is what my... Like, I think Mallory's doing more well than Chuck is. So I think I'll give that to Mallory. Aubrey ended both Dee and Devon's. Did she, though? I think she was just there when they ended themselves. Rick Devens. I think I'm going to go number 1. I think it's close. I think it's close between him and Dee. I think Devens is possibly playing the most optimally on this season so far. I do think his handling of the red corner and like leaking that to Angela without like telling Dee first, I think that was definitely very sloppy. But like, I think at this point, Dee's done like equally sloppy things. And I feel like Rick's been doing pretty good work in terms of building relationships outside of like I'm not actually really outside the court, but like within the, like, I think he's the best position within his group. Like, I think if the Red Cross were to run the game, I think Rick Devens is in position to win the season. Like, at that point, like, again, even within the crossroads, I think he's the best positioned. Like, he has Dee, he has Drew, Barrett has talked about Devens as his number 1. Angela also, like, at least wants to go to 3 with Devens. He's building a really strong bond with Kamu. Like, I think he's doing good work there to where they're, like, potentially going to keep each other safe. I think he's doing good work building a relationship with Rome, where, like, I think Rome's being genuine that he won't target Devens. And, like, considering Rome is someone that's obviously in the center of the other side, like, I think there's a lot of good work there from Devin. Like, actually, I just realized, is Devens doing Taylor's strategy? Kind of. Not really, because, like, there has to be a middle. But is Drew the middle? If Devens makes an alliance with Drew, or would it be Kamu, or is Rick the middle? Is Rick the middle? Rome? Wait, he actually is doing it. I just realized, wait, if he got Kamu and Rome to work together, that's the one thing he's missing out on. I just realized outside that he actually is doing it. I hadn't even realized that until now. He's doing Taylor's strategy. Taylor from this, to clarify, not Taylor Hale, Taylor from this season, before the season, she's talking about a strategy of, like, she wanted to, like, get the top people from the middle and the two sides together, whatever. Like, that kind of is what he's doing if he's able to somehow get Kamu and Rome to work together, which I don't know if he's able to do, but, like, he has at least, like, done the first part of, like, being in the, like, the best position in the middle and then getting the top people from the opposing sides. So that's kind of funny, actually. Yeah, generally, I think Rick's been playing, like, pretty well. I think he's done, like, I think, like, even though I think obviously the problem for Rick is that Jason's targeting him. And I think that's the one, like, that's the one thing that's, like, maybe making him lower than D, is that I do think there's more like notion out there that we have to target Devins. But I don't think that's because of anything Devins is doing wrong. And I still think within his core, he's doing very good work to insulate himself. Or like, even if Devins ends up on the block against most people, I don't even know if he goes home. I mean, obviously, if Devins versus Angela, does Devins go home? Yeah. Like, I think that would be a pretty tough spot to get out of. And like, to be fair, it's not even impossible he gets out of that. Like, I do think he probably goes home. But like, in that spot, he would still have what? Drew? He would have Barrett probably. Like, he would probably still have D. Like, he could have Rome. With Rome, maybe a Lyric. And then he wouldn't have Jason and Lala. I think with, like, Barrett and Lyric, maybe Mallory, maybe Melody with Drew. It's like, I think there's at least a shot he stays. Like, it's not like he's dead to rights. Oh, yeah, and Kamu. Yeah. And, like, with Kamu, probably Haley and Chuck. So, yeah. Like, it's not impossible. Like, the Rob C. Yash video was very funny. Also, Summer Stein's back. That's fun. Yeah, generally, I think Devins is doing fairly well at this point. I'm actually, like, pleasantly surprised with how Devins has been playing, which is also very weird because, like, Julie Chen did the news circuit today, and, like, Julie Chen is definitely not watching feeds, right? Which, like, what a shocker. But, like, I found that very, like, her, like, main thing that she kept on talking about in all of her interviews is that, like, Devins doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Again, D's playing so well. Devins, again, doesn't know what he's doing on Big Brother. I found that just, like, a very weird, like, set of interviews. But, yeah, again, I think Devins is in the best spot right now, personally. Like, I think there is that danger spot, but even then, I don't think he goes home, so, yeah. I mean, like, I guess, like, D versus Rick is, like, also a thing probably to, like, that's probably a spot where he's probably in more danger, actually. Like, D versus Rick. Like, even in that spot, though, like, he would still have Drew. Barrett, I think, would be, like, it's tough to say where he would go at this point. Like, he is seemingly more loyal to Devins right now, but when push comes in the shove, I don't know. He could, again, I still think Rome with Drew, maybe Melody, Lyric. I think maybe those people. And again, it matters if his Kamu connection stays true. Maybe he can get, like, Haley and Chuck still. Like, it's still, there's a shot. There's still a shot. So, I think Rick's still in a fairly good position. Rome. Okay, so, like, the first instinct is Rome 6. Like, generally, the first instinct is Rome is the best outside of the crossovers. And I do think Rome is greatly benefited right now from Jason kind of taking up the spotlight. Where I think outside that, because, like, really Rome hasn't changed that much since last power ranking. It's like, yeah, there's the 4 seasons, and, like, again, like, he's in a couple more alliances, but, like, my opinion of Rome as a player hasn't really changed since last stream. But I think Jason kind of sabotaging his own position in the game has led to Rome being a bit safer. Because like, Jason is the primary target over Rome at this point. I still do think Rome could theoretically go home. It's not impossible. Like, if Jason wins veto, like, even if they don't put up Rome initially, like, Rome could still be, like, could be a back door. Like, obviously, there'll still be the blockbuster, and, like, he would still have the blockbuster to win. But, yeah, it's like, I think he would be, he obviously would, I mean, he could go home if things still play out poorly, but it's still, like, a less of a chance than last time. He is pretty well positioned within his side. He's probably the best position within his side. The problem there is that, again, kind of like Lyric, it's just that he's too passive of a player. Like, he's being involved in things. And yeah, like, a lot of people would like him. A lot of people are approaching him and, like, adding him to things. But it's like, it doesn't really feel like Rome cares about the game. Like, it feels like these things are kind of just happening to him for the most part. Where I do think Rome mentioned it, and I think he's being serious in the fact that I think he cares more about his relationship with Lyric at this point than the game. And I think that's just the tough thing with him, is that like I genuinely think Rome would give up his game for Lyric. Which is actually like, again, I think that's the thing I'm debating right now. Like I think he's at least 7. But I actually kind of want to go Lyric above Rome. Like I feel like Lyric is someone that is safer all around. Because like, again, I think there's at least more of a shot that Rome is backdoored than Lyric even going up at all. I think Rome is probably better positioned long term. In terms of the potential to win the game. Because obviously if Rome makes it to like, yeah, if Rome's alliance wins out, he makes it near the end game, like he could definitely comp out at that point. Like he definitely is very viable. Lyric and Rome are 6-7. Yes, they are. They're 6-7. Thank God. But I think we're still early on enough to where I think in terms of short term, I like ding Rome a little bit, because like even then, like even after like Jason goes, like Rome is still a pretty big target after Jason. Does it make Rome a beta and submissive? No, because he's going to protect the beta and submissives. That was his plan all along. How dare you call him beta and submissive? He's the protector of the beta and submissives. But yeah, I think I'm going to go 7. I think I still will give the edge to Lyric for right now. But I think they're like, Lyric and Rome are players that like, there's so much potential there, but they're just not doing enough. And it's like, even them not doing enough is putting them in a pretty good spot. But I wish they were doing a bit more, because like, I think they could be running the game right now. Or at least like having like a very like structured like side of the house, and they're just not. Yeah, they're not messing it up. And again, credit to them for that. Like they're not doing anything to sabotage it, but they're not doing anything to like keep it together either. Anyway, last 2 are the nominees, or like 2 of the nominees, which is kind of weird. But we do have Taylor. I kind of want to go Taylor above Haley. And maybe even Jason. I don't know. Okay, I think... How likely is it that the vote flips back onto Taylor? I don't think that likely. I'm seeing some updates right now. So yeah, it does seem like the vote currently is still on Ashley. Keep confusing. Red corner of red pill. Yeah, that's pretty different. Does Lyric have potential? Like she's low-key like indie? I don't think she's like indie. Like I think she's like Haley maybe. Like I like Haley from BB20. I don't think she's like indie. They don't have much time tomorrow. I feel comfortable Ash goes home even against Yash. Yeah. If it doesn't change tonight, I think it's, yeah. Which doesn't seem like it's going to change, but again, I wouldn't put it past them, just because like it's always going to go all over this. But I think Taylor is the safest though. Like Taylor's someone that like I would be surprised to see the vote flip on the Taylor at this point. And I do think Taylor's done like good work to a degree. Like she's been campaigning a lot, and I at least give her credit for that. And she's at least like maintained a relationship with D. And again, she still like has the connections to like Jason and like Latrice. I don't think she's done enough to really, and like, yeah, as said before, I think it's like Lyric and Rome also potentially dropping the ball and like securing that side, but like, I don't know how much Taylor really has going on outside of that, outside of like Jason and Latrice at this point, where it doesn't really feel like she's like too involved, like the like Rome, Lyric, like Melody sort of people. But I think she is the safest this week. I think a problem though is I think it's still very viable Taylor could just be a pawn again next week. And again, I think it's a spot where like if Jason and Latrice get targeted, like Taylor being the third wouldn't be the most mind-blowing thing in the world. Like, it's probably Taylor or Melody, but, like, why not just do Taylor? Like, she was on the block already. Like, why not just do her again? So I do think that's a worry. Like, I think Taylor's definitely someone I could see being the perpetual pawn if she stays in the game. And I feel the same way about Ashley as well. If Ashley stays, like, I think she'll probably be a perpetual pawn at this point. I think I'm still going to land 15 for now. Maybe. For me right now, Taylor, it's like above or below Haley and Jason. I think that's kind of where I'm at. It's like, do I dock Haley and Jason? Did I see that Rome views Lyric as his kid? Is that a thing? I mean, also when actually, it's weird. Either way, it's weird. If I okay, I think I'll go Taylor above. If I do truly believe Taylor's lock safe right now, which I do, even though it's not possible it changes, I think she should be above Jason and Haley, who are the primary targets for next week. Because the argument at this point is that Taylor's going to be around next week no matter what, and won't be the primary target when, like, these people will be. So that's that. Yash, 16. He's not 17. Good for Yash. Yash, again, Yash just been kind of disappointing. I mean, what's going on with RHAP in terms of what? But yeah, Yash, I've just been, I just, like, again, I had hopes for him coming into the season. The fact that he did seem like someone that was, like, very, like, apt to play the game, and he just kind of comes in and doesn't really do much. And yeah, I think it's like, it's way more likely to flip on Yash than it is on Ashley. Yash is definitely, like, if it is Ashley that's going home, it is Yash. I think Yash definitely goes against Taylor at this point. And again, he's just not really doing the work to keep him safe. Like, he has been doing some, like, again, he's been trying to form a group, and I at least will give him, like, credit for that. I don't, like, I think the problem is that Yash doesn't seem to realize just how much danger he's in. And yeah, it's like, I think he thinks he's safe, or he thinks he's going to win the blockbuster, which, like, I don't know if he will. So yeah, I think he's, if he survives, he's in a good spot. I think he's in a good spot for a short term. I just think he's way less likely to survive this week than a Taylor. Or he's still, like, with Blockbuster in play, it's like, I still think the bottom two should be the two people that are likely to go home. Because again, Yash just is, like, it's essentially a 50-50 him going home tomorrow. I guess technically not 50-50. I guess, like, 33. Well, either way, whatever. Like, there's a chance. There's at least a reasonable chance that he goes home tomorrow. And, like, even if he stays, like, yeah, I think he's someone that could be a pawn still. Like, I don't think he's, like, safe from, like, going on the block. Yeah, I think, again, Jason, Lala might be bigger targets than him, but, like, I would not be shocked if he's the third in that spot. Like, why not just nominate the same person again? And again, I still don't really see, like, long-term potential. Like, I know he's, like, trying to bond with Rome, but Rome has so many more options. Yeah, it's like, I just feel like Yash just feels like kind of on the bottom of his group, even if he does survive. And to be fair, Taylor does too, but I do think Taylor's way more likely to survive. So, yeah, I think Yash last makes sense. So, there we go. That's the power ranking for tonight. I don't know how long that felt long, but maybe it wasn't. I don't know. We'll see. What are the major changes? Angela down 1, Barrett down 2, Ashley down, but she's probably going home. Chuck's the same. That's kind of funny. D went down slightly. Drew went up slightly. Haley down. Jason way down, which, like, really the big changes. Jason way down. Kamu a little bit up. mainly because I think he has like D and Devins wanting to keep him at this point. Latrice down a little bit, Melody up a little bit. I guess Mallory and Rome up 1, and Taylor up. Really not many like major changes, but yeah, again, that's the power ranking there. I guess also to give a note to YouTube for this. I am still working on Survivor 50 review. That is the big project I am still currently working on. It is almost done. Currently, the intention would be for it to be done. It will be the intention is for it to be up for members. Hopefully on Monday. Maybe we'll cross over to Tuesday because like past midnight, but like still. And yeah, it will likely be the video for following Saturday. Not 100% sure, but that is kind of the plan right now. Either way, again, just know I'm still working on the 50 review. That's still a thing that's happening. It's taking way too long. It's way too long in general. But yeah, stay tuned for that. But either way, again, that's the power ranking for now. And again, I'll continue to do these as we move along in Big Brother. But yeah, see you guys next time. All right, I'm gonna cut off there. Did Rick and Barrett share that small ass bed? Yeah, I did see that. Wait, Bloom is throwing it? What are we talking about with Bloom? Let's see. What's going on for RGP? Yeah, I haven't listened to their podcast tonight. I'll be honest, I'm just not really in the mood to listen to RGP right now. Like I've listened to the live feed updates. I haven't really. Yeah, I'm not really like dying to listen to the like episode recaps. Okay. Maybe I should.
This is
okay.
A spoiler.
Warning.
A spoiler.
Warning means that an actual
Spoiler.
against this country has been detected, and that protective
Like,
action.
how are we in a world where a podcast with Jacob Jones and Jacob Jones is the most tame person there?
Taken.
I wasn't ready for Mike Bloom to.
Like how is that the world we're in? I'm excited for the Odyssey. I don't know if I'm excited. I'll watch it when it gets to like whatever streaming platform it probably goes on. I see it's supposedly very good. Like it got like a 98 Rotten Tomatoes or something. What the fuck did you just see while joining? I mean, this. That's what you see. I'll be honest. I don't know if I don't know if I'm conscious enough to work on the player ranking tonight. Like I was tired coming in the stream. I don't know. I got my eyes are drained from working on the review all day. I'll probably still try to get some work done on it, but I think it'll take like maybe like a little break before starting it. Why didn't this ever load, by the way? But whatever. We were crazy. Nolan won 2 Oscars back to back. What he went for Oppenheimer last time? I'm assuming. Don't really like watching the episode recap, especially if Taryn's not there. Yeah, I feel like it definitely feels like there's a lack of like feed knowledge when Taryn's not there. By the way, 50 review. I have a new favorite clip that I don't know how I didn't notice this until working on the review. But let's see, where is it? Yeah, this is like my favorite. Actually, I don't even know if it's my favorite Joe clip because like there's too many great Joe clips, but it's certainly up there now. It's at the auction. Where's the auction? Feed updates is more views than the episode review. For RGP, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, live feed updates, I believe, like do the best out of like pretty much anything they do on YouTube at this point. Dude, where the fuck is it? It's it's when Jonathan eats the slug. Oh, I think it's this, right? Let's see.
Total package. Total package.
Oh yeah, okay. Wait.
You can do it.
Wait, did I pass it?
Time begins.
Don't think about it.
Where is it?
Oh yeah, get this down. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
This.
Oh no!
Wait.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
You can't even really you can't even really like get the full context of it like from watching it that way. I need to actually like open it up in Premiere. It's just so fucking funny to me the way that like Joe just says, "Oh no, oh no," like it sounds like he's a fucking like womp in Mario or something. It's like, can't watch the episode recap if Terran's not there and take it serious. Can't take it seriously. Yeah. Yeah, I believe Wednesdays are the days that he's not doing them. Is Joe Hunter a better character than Rizzo? Yes. I feel like that's pretty easy for me. Like, that's pretty undeniable. Like, I generally, like, I'm at the point where, like, I don't even, like, ironically like Joe. I do think just Joe is a fun, like, TV character. If I see Christian talk about Big Brother, he really cares. Yeah. Also funny to see Emily Flippin did a Big Brother podcast with RGP. That was also funny to see. But yeah, I've just not been, like, that interested in listening to, like, Big Brother podcasts. I did watch The Slop. I did watch that at least from RGP. Which, yeah, it was fun. That's fine. I think The Slop is still, like, the best RGP podcast. The problem is that it's behind a paywall at this point. Just watch Yash brush his hair. Like, what's his brilliant brushing? Again, he needs to look good. He needs to look like a boss. Yeah, I was not expecting Emily. Like, supposedly Emily's like a bigger Big Brother fan than Survivor fan. I was not expecting that. Like, that's insane to me. Like, I can't even, like, visualize Emily, like, watching, like, Rachel Riley. Like, that feels weird to me. But I don't know. I guess she's a Big Brother fan. By the way, the 50 review is at the point where, like, it crashes, like, left and right now. So that's fantastic. And that it does take, like, a while to open. Not as much as the Room Move video, obviously. But, like, it's still, like, pretty big. Also, that was also the thing. Episodes 9 and 10 end up being, like, pretty big parts of the review. Because, like, I end up actually using, like, a good amount of clips there. Where, like I said I wasn't going to, but, like, I feel like episodes 9 and 10, though, kind of needed it. With, like, the Jimmy Fallon and the Mr. Beast of it all. Would Emily think of Rachel getting pushed into a volcano by a velociraptor? That's just normal. Blood Moon is, I think, the 4th longest episode. We'll see. I'm trying to open up the Premiere file. By the way, I am almost at the 6-hour mark. For anyone wondering about that. Actually, I can show this. Let's see. Let's see if this opens. Really like Kamu. He's fine. I don't mind him as a player. Wrong thing. This one. These are my timestamps, which is a lot. See, I just got to the 5-hour, 52-minute, 51-second mark. This is the comparison of my 47 review, which is my next longest review. Review is not 10 hours. The review is 7 hours, though. Like, right now, it's 7:20, I think. Yeah, like, each there's not even, like, a single, like, episode that, like, the entire timestamp is just the episode. Like, all of them are, like, too long to be... Because, like, I want the timestamps to be about 10 minutes each or so. So I end up splitting up, like, every episode. Like, episode 1 has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 6, 7. But then, what, 3 for episode 2, 5 for episode 3, 3 for episode 4, only 2 for episode 5. Only 3 for Blood Moon, but I think they're longer, aren't they? Kind of. Blood Moon was long, wasn't it? Let's see if it opened yet. Nope. Still not open yet. Just finished HHH. Is it insane to have Jessica 7 on your player of HHH? That's not crazy. I think that's fine. I don't know where I would put her. Like, I don't know if she would be my 7. Like, I would guess she'd probably be like 9 or something. But yeah, I haven't like done the ranking for myself. But yeah, I think she like definitely while on the healer, she's the best player there. Yeah, it's never opening. But yeah, I am fairly close to being done at this point. I have, what, an hour and 20 of audio left. I believe since the last stream, I got through like an hour and 40. So like, if I were to have as much free time as I had between now and next stream as I did between now and last stream, I should be able to finish it. The problem is I probably won't. But again, I think I will be, if not done by next stream, at least like pretty much at the tail end. And how the fuck is this not open yet? I think Devin, Chrissy, Ryan, Ben, Lauren, Ashley above her. Yeah. JP. Yeah, that one's tough. Like, I think up to the point where Jessica gets eliminated, Jessica's higher, but also JP just survives like a good chunk of tribals and does vote her out. So it's like, yeah, I think it probably goes JP above her. Okay, I think it's kind of done. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, so yeah, I'm at the 5-hour, 52-minute mark. Right now it's 7 hours, 20 minutes. Well, technically less than that. It's actually like 7:18 or something. Yeah, 7:18 if I weren't to edit out anything else. I would guess it's going to be somewhere around the 7:10 range. Yeah, Blood Moon. Yeah, Blood Moon's 35 minutes. Like these like background things, these are each individual episode. So yeah, Blood Moon is 35 minutes. I think episode 11 was 36. Yeah. So this last episode I did, which was like, this is what I got done today, was this last episode, which was the Ozzy boot episode, the Ozzy and Emily boot episode. That was 36.5 minutes. Like, that was pretty bulky, but also there were less like clips. Like, you can see actually, like, there's a lot of clips in episode 10 in particular. There's not as many in episode 11. Like, most of it does come at the end with the Ozzy boot of it all. Episode 9, there's a good chunk as well, especially around the Jimmy Fallon and the immunity challenge. What is this in episode 8? Oh, just tribal? Why is there so much shit here? I don't even know what a lot of this is. Oh, I forgot the idol, the fake idol of it all. Yeah, okay. GP and Mike were your last two above Jessica. Yeah, I think Mike probably also by the end kind of has to be above, but I think that one could definitely be argued. Yeah, where's the Joe clip? Like, generally this is my favorite thing now, to include this in is it, why is the 50 trailer not here? I think it's this one. Yeah, this.
Oh no! Oh no!
This is just the most ridiculous thing.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Dude, I just, again, he literally sounds like a womp. Like literally, like, just think of like a womp or a thomp. Is that what their names? In Mario. It's like,
Oh no!
like, I don't know why he sounds like that. Let me look at it. I'm gonna look up a womp noise. I'm pretty sure it is like really similar. Hold on. Yeah, my computer's like lagging at this point. Something like Popeye would say, maybe. Maybe this. Let's see. Maybe it's not exactly that, but it sounds like very like like very like grumbly like that though. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is more. Like, I think that's more of what I was going for. I don't even remember where I use it, but like still, I just find it very funny. It probably is somewhere in here, I would think, or maybe it's earlier. Maybe it's when I think I use it when talking about the Joe Devins rivalry. No, that's not it. This isn't good. Maybe I did that one instead. Is it this?
Fun. Oh, well, Joe is really this is of this in the spot, which obviously not great for his edit in this situation.
Okay.
Obviously not great for his edit in this situation.
Oh no! Oh no!
I just love that clip. Again, like I was literally just rewatching the Jonathan, like it was when where's it in the auction? Because like I got like I had that because like I was actually gonna do a Jonathan segment. Oh, I do this overboard, but I just find it so funny. But like I know people are probably gonna be annoyed by this. Of the chaos talk in that was also a big thing in episode 10. Is that every single time I say chaos, I replace it with Strangers of Paradise, which I know people are gonna be annoyed by, but fuck it, I find it funny.
As one of the two takes the
chaos. Chaos exists. I knew it.
So stupid. What are all these? These are all. Aubrey.
That's why you're back for Survivor 50.
More Aubrey. Generally, so much of this review, especially in the back half, is just mocking Aubrey's game. This can't work with that. Where's the Jonathan segment? Wait, isn't not? Did I pass it? Or oh no, it was later. Oh, it's here. Yeah, like I got the clip more so for this, like more for so just for the visual of Jonathan's face as he bites the sea slug, just because that's funny, and also them chanting "total package." I put like this because I was like, yeah, I can't not put this in the video at this point. Would be a TMR video if I didn't hate on women. Fair. If I was on BB28, would I cuddle D like Barrett does? Generally, probably wouldn't be my number one pick. But, I don't know. Not me disrespecting the greatest Survivor returnee, first-time winner in the past 9 years. Sure. I guess. Dina Showman, it's not real. I mean, like, kind of pseudo. Like, it could become one. Yeah, generally, like, so many Aubrey clips because it's just me mocking on Aubrey's game. Like, I use this a lot.
Game's just heating up.
Anyway, time to vote. Aubrey votes for Ozzy, saying,
Please, 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 don't play your idol tonight.
Almost as if she's entirely relying on luck here.
Okay, it's like just so much of the reviews just like having like slight digs on Aubrey at like every opportunity. Like, I think that's what... no, this is about the Jonathan and Joe alliance, I think. Yeah, like this. Again, like, whenever Aubrey gets a confessional of, like, her propping up her game, it's just, like, me shitting on whatever she's saying. I find that Barrett meant it when he said he was gonna showmance in-house. I mean, good. I got used to the Rocky fuck. What is this?
Ozzy's move. This is Ozzy just fucking up his entire...
Okay, that's really stupid.
Getting one over on them.
I don't think so, buddy.
And them keeping...
What is this?
Saying...
What's going on, guys? My gut is telling me to get out Aubrey.
Talking about...
Where was the... There's like a big rant point. Is it here?
But even then, I would not be shocked if Jonathan would have been able to get... seemingly wanting Aubrey out, but is open...
Is that not... Where's the rant? There's like a rant at some point. In the part I just edited. Whenever Aubrey talks to her game post show, she uses buzzwords to mask the fact that she had no clue what was going on, kind of. Is it here?
Such disastrous play from Ozzy.
Oh, it's more so Ozzy.
He just blows up his entire...
Maybe it is about Ozzy.
For this, scolding Ozzy for thinking that she's out the door. I don't think so, buddy. And now proceeds to campaign against Ozzy, aka the only thing she can do, telling Joe and Rizzo about Ozzy. Also telling Rizzo that Ozzy doesn't want to go.
No, it's not here. Is it this?
However, this is the bare minimum for Aubrey to do, and it's a spot where Aubrey gets locked out in the fact that she even had this information to begin with. Where really this is more...
No, that's not it either.
Morrison, Aubrey doing anything that impressive. I do think she does this well enough.
Oh, yeah, what? Where is... Like, I remember there was a rant I did. I don't remember what the rant is. Is it this?
Open to it.
As long as they tell Rizzo about the plan with, again, this Rizzo-Joe relationship.
No, that's not it either. I generally don't remember what it is. I just edited it. Like, within the last, like, 5 hours. Is it this?
Twice, and
that's the most important vote in the game because that's the last time you play Idol. Which is like, what the fuck? You're talking about? And 5 votes took me an afterthought.
Not really. Not either, but...
And Ozzy also
being very self-congratulatory and tribal. I've always played.
Yeah, that's whatever. This really doesn't matter. I don't know why I'm bothering doing this. Does Jeff lie? Jeff does shockingly not lie. When did I last use it? I did use it today somewhere. Oh, about the challenge. That's what it is. Is it this? Yeah, it's this, right?
Again, the challenge.
Do you trust me?
I trust you.
It's absolutely right.
I don't lie. 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 I don't lie.
Yeah.
Rarely see you get emotional.
Yeah, that's my team.
I wish I had more emotional Jonathan because, like, something I am sticking by also this video, I'm not using a clip until it comes up in the season. Because, like, this is something that, like, Jeff says, oh, Jonathan, I've never seen you emotional. When it's like, yeah, Jonathan does do things emotionally. But also, I would have used, like, the finale clip of Jonathan winning immunity there and everything. Like, the outrageous, like, reaction there. But that comes after, so I'd break my rule. So instead I use this, which isn't as good. But, no well. Why'd Suri leave Devins out of the loop on the Charlie vote? I don't know. I mean, like, I know in the sense that, like, I know they planned on, like, pretending they weren't as close to the others. Worst move from 50 would it be? I think Ozzy telling Aubrey. Like, I think that literally just fundamentally changed the entire game. Did I watch more? I have watched a little bit more One Piece. I've been more so watching Lasers playing Black Flag instead, but I'm kind like I have 22 episodes left of Egghead. Where am I in Egghead? I generally don't remember what the last thing I watched is. I haven't watched the Kuma flashback yet. I don't like not the I haven't watched the Kuma flashback. Like I've watched, like I've seen like Luffy versus Kizaru. I've watched the Sabo stuff with Eam. I don't know. I'm decent ways into it, but I still have like 22 episodes of the like. It's not even One Piece. I've actually watched all of the One Piece. But I'm on to Shaved Egghead is what it's called. Anyway. And then the Kuma cut. Easy to take the Survivor edit face value, but these charisma is real deal on Big Brother. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'll still work on the player ranking. Like, I do need to finish this, so. If Ozzy played the Idol, are we looking at Tiffany win? Probably not still. Like, it depends if the Jonathan, Rizzo, Joe group still comes together, which I assume they probably do. Wrong thing. This. So, like, I wouldn't be shocked if the game plays out very similarly. It's just that, like, maybe Cerie's able to get the 4 instead of Aubrey in that spot. And then, like, who knows if, like, maybe Cirie is somehow able to win Fire or something. I mean, Aubrey doesn't win. That's for sure. But yeah, I think it's a spot where, yeah, I don't know of how much actually changes. Because I do think Rizzo, Jonathan, Joe probably still come together. Because, like, we already know Rizzo already had it in his head that, like, I need to get against, like, go to the end against Joe and Jonathan to win. Joe already wanted to go to the end with them because those were his closest allies. So it really would have just been, does Jonathan get on board? Which, like, why not? Like, I don't know how much of a difference that really makes. So yeah, I think it probably just plays out similarly. All right, we'll fucking do the player ranking. So I did restructure tiers since last time. Like, restructure tiers as in, like, I combed through what we did last stream and then, like, redid the tiers of the people. Like, I didn't move people, but I just, like, re-tiered people based on, like, who's next to who and that sort of thing. And because, yeah, I also wanted to, like, double check to make sure, like, there's no, like, major contradictions. Which I didn't notice any outside of one. And we'll talk about that in a second. I just realized I didn't check the VODs. I don't think there's anything new. Because I think I would have noticed it earlier. But I'll double check to make sure there's no comments in the VODs. Let's see this. And Matt Williams doing Big Brother, first boot. Isn't Matt Williams just like Summer of Steve? But like maybe worse. Okay, no comments there. I don't think there's any comments on this one. All right, guys. Cool. Shut up, please. Shut up. Thank you. Oh, one comment. Okay. Let's see. Oh, well, first things first, actually. I think I'll deal with this first. So, okay, the one thing that stuck out to me when doing the tiers is that I feel like Jessica the Ben should probably be lower. Because I think I was keeping her with Erica was like a big thing. But it's still a spot where like Jessica is taken out before Erica. And it's like Jessica never, like, yeah, I do think Jessica was like screwed to a degree, but like it's still a spot where she was still the first voted out. So it's like, why is she higher than like some of these people? I think is the thing. Like she's still one of the better first boots, but I don't think she should be like this high. So I am thinking of moving Jessica to Ben. Let's see, where do I want to put her though? Because like I don't think she should be higher than like a Stephanie Valencia here. And then I don't think she should be higher than like the Figgy here. Actually, let's do something else. I should do is probably also move the tiers accordingly as well. So yeah, like what tier does she fit in the most? maybe like here, maybe Christina Kell, Rachel Fogler, Brandon Donlin. Maybe that's actually more apt. But even then, they survived a tribal, right? Jessica Ben didn't. But I guess like you can argue her swap screwiness is like the equivalent of surviving a tribal. No, what did I fuck up there? That should be fine, right? Why is that not moving? Oh, okay, that's why I selected numbers too. Yeah, so I think that is a move I'm making here. And I think I'm going to put her below them. Like, I think I'll put her here. Oh no, JD made part 3 now. Should JD make part 3? Or is it part 4, actually? Wait, that's part 4. JD made part 4? Yeah, I guess. I guess JD made part 4. Cool. But yeah, I think that's the right call to make, is to move Jessica down. Yeah, I think that's fine. Is 3-1 Final 4 immunity / fire to win the game with agency until like Final 7, which should be number 1. Like if we're saying, so like in the world where I said that, like if the idol gets played, like if Ozzy plays the idol and then she gets the 4 and then wins immunity or something at 4, probably, yeah. Because I think her game before, like, yeah, like her game up to Final 7 is pretty strong. Even in that war where Ozzy plays this idol, like she still would have been involved in the votes. I guess she wouldn't have been involved in like the, at that point, actually, yeah, she wouldn't have been involved in like the Ozzy and Tiffany votes, but like she still would have been like, yeah, actually no, at that point she would be dragged, but still, it's like, yeah, I still think she would be enough to be number 1 though. Because I do think she pretty much controlled the game up to that split tribal vote. There was this... yeah. I would take Ashley. Like, Ashley I don't think would be a terrible lawyer. Like, I think Ashley's probably a mess outside... actually, no. We know Ashley's a mess outside the court. But, like, Ashley's someone that I think within court, like, I could see where she gets, like, serious. And, like, could, like, do well at defending her, like, herself and everything and defending you. Yeah, okay. And then we just have to respond to this. Blake Towsley feels too high considering the circumstances around what got him voted out. He feels like Chris Noble, Ryan Aiken level. Yeah, where's Blake Towsley? He is... He's here. Where's Ryan Aiken in them? It's a decent jump down. Like, I do agree. Like, I do think Blake, like, the way Blake gets voted out is pretty bad. And him surviving one tribal isn't, like, particularly impressive in that position. I'm kind of feeling like if Blake moves down, to me it feels like Peter kind of also moves down. But I guess Peter is slightly better though. Blake got screwed because his girlfriend, who wasn't part of the season, had massive boobs. That's true. Like his girlfriend had such massive boobs that he had to talk about them. He like again, how could he not talk about them? Again, that's just not fair. That he had the he was forced to talk about his girlfriend's breasts. I think I think Blake being around here actually makes more sense. What were they saying? Ryan Aiken tier? I don't think I wouldn't put him that low, but I would put him like JP level though. I think is what feels more appropriate. However, I do think the thing for Blake, though, is that even though I don't think Blake is good in any way, obviously, like, I think Blake, like, Blake is someone that I think was still safe in his original tribe formation, is, like, the minor bit of credit to give him. So, yeah, he gets taken after the swap, and, like, I think everything after swap is really bad. But, like, if his tribe went to tribal again, I don't think he's the next to go. Like, I think Judd and, like, Margaret would have been, like, more out there than Blake. So, like, I think that's, like, a level of grace to potentially give him. But I still do think, yeah, he probably should be closer to here. Maybe. Actually, but then again, these people are, like... I mean, I get the logic for why he's here, actually. His exit is very bad, though, which is like... Maybe here? Like, maybe, like, Lindsay Ogle here instead? Like, Lindsay, Bruce, Rome. Maybe that's the tier he should be in. The question is, does this move these people too? He had the flex on the bays and submissives. That is true. Because I think I do stand by the fact that, like, is Peter and Patrick that much better? Patrick survives a tribal against Simone. And it's taken out there. Peter survives over Liz, gets swapped, survives over Anna, and then taken out. I guess he, like, actually... Well, actually, I guess they all vote someone out. That was also the part of the calculus. Yeah, and these people... Well, I guess Bill votes someone out, but, like, barely. Actually, I guess Vince votes someone out. Seafood. Yeah, I guess actually all these people, except for Sarah, vote someone out too. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the logic makes sense for why he's here. Because he at least voted someone out and then stayed in a safe position after that. Yeah, I think I'm sticking. I think I'm sticking with Blake Towsley here. Like, I get the argument, and I do think there's definitely merit to it, but I think ultimately I settle on the fact that I think the fact that he was not necessarily going home next from his tribe, and at least also vote out someone, like, correctly, I think is enough to put him here. Nadia should be below Mari. Where do I have Nadia versus Mari? Nadia here, Mari here. I do have Nadia below Mari. Yeah, I do. Brandon losing Hannah because she quit and losing his vote, I think should land him right where he belongs, which would be around Melinda Hyder. Yeah, where is the Melinda Hyder? It's a pretty big gap. Where's Melinda here? Yeah, so that's a pretty big gap at this point. That is fair, though. That you can say that he was unfortunate from his closest ally quitting the game. He didn't have a vote. He did also give Sabaya an idol. that's something. Like, obviously, it would be very, very funny, but if anything, it's actually making me consider moving Melinda and Erica down more than anything. Or maybe I can move them up. I don't know. But I don't think I'm gonna, like, I think even if I move them up, I move them up to, like, here. I guess, like, credit to Brandon. Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, okay, yeah, credit to Brandon in the sense that he was at least initially kind of in the center of his tribe. Where, like, he had a good connection to, like, Emily. He had a good connection to Hannah. Had a good connection to Sabaya. So, like, I do think he actually starts off okay. Him above these people, though, I'm not sure if I want to fully go through with it. I'm debating if I'm willing to just do it for the joke. I think is, like, generally what's on my mind right now. And, like, I could argue it. Like, it's definitely not, like, against, like, arguing. Because, like, I think there was a point where he was here, right? He was, like, with Voce and, like, Val. Kamu talking about making a deal with Rome. It's happening. It's almost real. Let's see. I'm seeing an update right now, but I don't think that really matters. But the strategy has to be that there's a trio with Devins, Rome, and Kamu. We'll have to see if that happens. I am going to move Brandon up, I think is where I'm settling. I don't know if I'm moving him up enough to put him with Melinda, though. Let's see. Okay, so, like, what am I willing to do? I'm willing to move him. It's, like, obviously above this. I think the difference is that these people never had a position to do anything. Genuinely, like, they never really had the number. Brandon at least did start off in a position to, like, have numbers, which I think is, like, a minor credit to him. I'm willing to go above these people, I think. I don't know. Like, JD versus Brandon Donlin, I don't think it should be that big of a difference. Yeah, I think that's where the logic falls apart. But I guess it's like Brandon's someone that theoretically should have voted someone out, right? Because Brandon doesn't vote someone out, but, like, he should have. Like, if they went to trial the first time around, he would have been the majority in voting out Emily. So yeah, I think I'll move him back into at least this Voce tier. To give him credit for at least, like, being in an initial good spot. I think Melinda Hyder, it's like, I could argue it. Like, I could do it. I just think it'd be funny to do it. Like, it's not that big of a gap at this point. I think I was right about Ashley being Kat Dunn. I can kind of see that. I mean, even Kat Dundo had a better like starting spot, but yeah, like in terms of like style of player, it's not too far apart. Like style, personality, especially. I'm thinking maybe this is a spot where they move down. No, I don't think it makes sense to do that. Yeah, okay. I think it ultimately has to be a spot where, like, am I willing to compromise the list just to have Brandon Donlin and Erica and Melinda together? I think Brandon Donlin here in this tier, I can justify that. I don't think it makes sense to have Brandon above the people that, like, had at least, like, a semblance. Actually, I guess, like, with Gandia... I think I can do it. I think I can do it, actually. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it. Fuck it. I think I'm gonna do it. Because I think I can argue it. Genuinely, I think I can. Because, like, I think between Brandon and Gandia, I don't think that's far apart. Which, again, what a comparison that is. But, like, yeah, I think I can move Brandon into that tier, which, like, at that point, it's like, yeah, fuck it, I'll just do it. There we go. Brandon Donlin at one spot below Melinda Hyder. Thank God. Thoughts of the season so far, BB28. I've had fun with it. It's been tough to follow what exactly is going on at this point. Especially for someone that hasn't had, like, the time to, like, fully follow the feeds. But it seems very hectic. And I do think it is a seemingly high level of gameplay, relatively, that we're seeing. So it is interesting to see, again, like people actually playing well for once in the early days of Big Brother, which we haven't seen in a while. So that's something. All right, well, what's the other comment? I feel like Kane is too high. His game made me think there isn't much. He wasn't much better than a Janine. Well, we're not there yet, but I guess we'll still look at where Kane is. Kane is decently high. Where was Janine? Janine was... I think Kane's better than Janine, though. It's a pretty big gap. Maybe it shouldn't be that big, but I do stand by Kane is definitely better than Janine. Like, Kane is someone that, like, yeah, he, like, after the Maddie vote, he was definitely in a very precarious spot. But I do think the Maddie vote in itself, I think, is kind of, like, I don't really fault him too much for how all that went down. And I think in the post-merge, I don't think he plays that poorly. Like, I think he's playing fine at that point. Like, Janine is someone that, like, doesn't even get her way for a Mariah vote. Then is, like, technically, like, I don't know, like, in a precarious spot for the rest of the pre-merge. And then it's just actually on the bottom for the rest of the post-merge. So it's like, there's not really, like I think Kane at least showed, like, an ability to recover. Janine didn't. So, yeah. I love when Drew wears a bandana because it really pushes the Dan Giesling. Again, I can't wait for Drew to be the next Dan Giesling. Genuinely, it's actually, like, not that far out of the realm of possibility of, like, a Dan BB10. No. All right, let's move forward. I don't know how much I'm going to get done tonight. I'll be honest, I'm really tired already, but we'll see. I think this tier, my guess would be that they probably move down. This next tier here of Linda, Carl, and Paul Wachter. But maybe not. I don't know. They did have, like... It's like Linda and Carl had half the tribe on their side, though, like, kind of isolated the other half. Paul Wachter is someone that, what's it called? Actually, something else I'll do. How do I want to handle this, actually? Am I gonna move the tiers as we do it, or I don't think I think I'll just do it off stream. I think it's probably just better that way. Waste less time on stream. So I'll deal with like the readjusting of the tiers like I did here for off stream. Either way, whatever. Yeah, Linda, Carl, Paul Walker. I don't think they should be that much higher than who was it? I guess they could like Carl and Linda didn't really control anything, right? Like maybe they're closer to like Gandia. Gandia and Jean though aren't really that. He's like they didn't control any vote, but they weren't actually in the minority either. So I don't feel like it's quite the same as like these people at least. But also not like particularly good players either, and they don't really vote someone out. Like I think Paul Wachter might just be different. Paul Wachter did vote in the majority the first time, and I do think he's eventually taken out due to like a bit of a misunderstanding. More than like him doing too much like actively wrong. But I guess is that different from like this? Like, I mean, like it probably is better. Like maybe it's like this tier. Who the fuck in their entire life is like compare Paul Wachter to Jessica Pete? Or maybe that's like, maybe it's this tier actually. Like Dawson, Max Dawson, Annika. That actually kind of makes more sense. So yeah, I think that actually, I think that makes more sense actually. Control the vote is flipped on, but like it's not the worst flip in the entire world. We're not even at 100 Ellis yet, and 100 Ellis probably is moving down also. So yeah, I think Paul Wachter is at least there. And actually, I literally said I'm not gonna do the tiers, and I just did it anyway. But whatever, I'll do this one because I already did it. Whatever. Where in this tier? I think I'm gonna go. I might go above Max Dawson, below Matt Elrod. Matt Elrod, like at least has like the fact that he was like a very affable guy and could have won a jury vote and whatever. Good challenges. Paul Wachter, like I think on paper is worse than Max and Annika, but like I actually think he probably does less wrong than Max and Annika. Like he doesn't really seem to do, yeah, he doesn't really seem to like do not much wrong outside of like yeah, Jessica just like misunderstanding, thinking that he's like, which I guess is still like a flaw, especially like considering the fact that they believed, like she believed it. But he still had two people siding with him by the end. I think I'll still, yeah, I think I'll lean towards above. But yeah, what am I doing with Linda and Carl? I think they should be lower. Because at least these people were like in an initial majority, right? Like Linda and Carl weren't even in a majority. And yeah, they still had like a good chunk of backing by the time they leave. But like, are they really that good? It's like, I think maybe like here makes sense. Like I think like Patricia is like a good comparison, and like even Patricia like voted someone out. It's like maybe even below Patricia. Yeah, I'm thinking around there. I think that does make sense to me. And I think they're probably their own sub-tier. So yeah, alright. There's that. Vince, Sly, Dale Wentworth, and Janine. Or Justine, I mean. That's kind of a random grouping. Vince Sly. Okay, so Dale just doesn't actually fit in this tier, right? Like, Dale isn't this. Like, Vince and Justine, I think that's probably more comparable. Like, players that got, like, a tad unlucky in their eliminations that also just aren't actually that good of players. Like, I think them being together makes sense. I don't know where exactly I want to put them. Probably still... Like, they might still be at the top. The problem is they didn't vote anyone out. And there's still some bad play within that. Like, who's the last person here that didn't vote a single person out? I think it gets to here. So maybe I put them there? Like, maybe below here? Which I guess I'm just fucking doing the tiers at this point. I said I wasn't going to do it, but I guess I'm just fucking doing it. That puts Vince below Max Dawson. But I guess that's fair, but also it's like, I kind of want to give credit to Vince for, like, coming up with a 3-2-1. But also, he doesn't vote out anybody. And he's also just not that good of a player, actually. Oh, are we about to get to our first post mergers? Oh no, we have Bruce and them. Whatever. I think it makes sense though to move him down to around here. Yeah, I think it does make sense to do that. And then I think I'll put Vince above Justine. Maybe. Jason Troll above Janine. Maybe. We'll see. Bruce Los Pros merger. I think so. Are we including Mergatory? If Mergatory is included, maybe. I think Charity would be the lowest. She's like really low. Actually, no, I forgot Chris Noble also. I forgot about Chris Noble. Anyway, I think Charity, if we're doing Mergatory, I think it's Charity. If not Mergatory, then it's Chris Noble. And then, yeah, then Bruce and Rome are there. I think it's a pretty big gap after that. Mariah is there. And Sydney. They were Mergatory also. Either way. Now I think about it, Justine theoretically had a majority. I guess like Vince did too. Okay, I guess that was the argument actually. But they still weren't able to actually vote anyone out. And they still made mistakes to cause... Yeah, okay. I think I'm fine with them being here. Then Dale Wentworth is just different. I think Dale is actually probably closer to like Lacey and Dirk probably. Or maybe he's just the top. Maybe he could just be the top, actually. Dale's a very flawed player. Oh, Morgan McLeod might have been there, too. I don't remember. No, Morgan McLeod we're not at yet. Soda, I think we did pass Soda, right? Oh, and Lydia's there too. Yeah, okay, yeah, we did pass Soda. Yeah, Soda's there too. Yeah, what were we at? Yeah, Dent Wentworth. Just double check something. All right. I could definitely argue Dale's just at the top. I mean, Dale survived how many? Okay, cool. Hit the mic. He survived 2 tribals, taking out Val and Nadia, where he was in the majority. You can argue he led the Nadia vote. He is blindsided when John Rocker goes out and was the next to go. Swaps into a bad position, but he makes it worse by picking a fight with Missy and Baylor. And then just is like, Kelly goes home, then he goes home. So, like, it's not great. But, like, he does do interesting, like, he does the fake idol play with John Mish that seemingly works for a second. That's interesting. And again, he leads the Nadia vote and does end up, like, even though he's not in the majority the entire time, he does end up surviving 4 tribals, which is a lot in comparison to the people we've gone through so far. Yeah, I'm thinking Dale might just be at the top. I don't think there's a person that's survived as many tribals as he has up to this point. I think his head was more in the game than... Yeah, so I feel like this is probably the case. I think Dale might be at the top of the people we've gone through so far. Do I think returnees in Big Brother seasons will become the norm? Yes. Especially considering the ratings for the season are seemingly very high. I think they'll probably just continue this trend. So I was going to vote out Nina, Jen until Nina happened. Yeah. But I still think it's a spot where it ultimately doesn't go through. And I think you can still call out, like, negative, like, bad play from them before that. So I still think putting them below the people that actually did at least get a vote through is still fine. All right. Now we're on the Joel... Okay, actually, is this all the tier? Okay, I guess this is all the tier. Which I think is moving lower. Joel Klug, Hunter Ellis, Swathi, and Kevin from Survivor 48. Which is kind of a random grouping. Joel Klug. Okay, let me look at this. I think Dale Wentworth is probably going to end up in this tier in retrospect. So I think him being at the top there feels fine. Joel, Hunter, Joel, wait. Okay, Joel, fucking Joe Hunter, Joel and Hunter, it's almost Joe Hunter. Anyway, Joel and Hunter, back to back, I think is probably fine. Maybe. I mean, so Joel, well, yeah, they both survived 2 tribals, get voted at their 3rd. Both were in the... Well, no. Joel's in the majority for both of his first 2 tribals. Hunter was only for 1. But anyway, I think, like, Joel, then Hunter makes sense. Swathi was in the majority for her first vote, gets voted out her second. I actually think Swathi was doing some good things, though it just backfires and she ends up getting voted out. But I think, like, her attempts to, like, pull in Tori were still pretty good. I think my instinct would be her above Joel and Hunter Ellis. But I mean, that's not found. I mean, she did only survive 1 tribal in comparison to their 2, right? Yeah. Yeah, I guess not, actually. Yeah, maybe Swathi is lower. And then Kevin... I think Kevin and Swathi together make sense. Like, I think these 2 groupings make sense. Of Joel and Hunter together and Swathi and Kevin together. So, Joel and Hunter led... they didn't even lead, though, 2 votes. But anyway, they survived 2 votes. That's better than these people. Patricia is here, and like Hunter's better than Patricia, but maybe it shouldn't be that big of a gap. But so these are people that only survived one tribal. How many did Dirk survive? Dirk survived 2, right? Yeah, gets voted out the 3rd. Is Janu getting too high? Wait, let me think about Janu. Janu is someone that, like, ultimately gets voted out her 3rd tribal, but was never really in a majority group, but also is meant to survive even past her boot tribal. Which is something. And I think Janu had actually like an okay start. So yeah, I do think I'm going to keep Janu. Like I'm thinking something like I'm just talking about Joel and Hunter for right now. I think Joel and Hunter, maybe Joel should be like different from Hunter actually, because like Hunter only votes one person out and then is on the outs right after that. So like, how much better is it really than someone like a Patricia? Like Joel, I think is someone that like at least is in the majority for both of his pre-merge votes before he gets voted out, and even then, like when he gets voted out, I don't think it's even that bad. It's like I think him being here, Dirk actually kind of makes sense. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking here for Joel. Actually, Joel versus Lisi. Lisi was, let me think through Lisi. Lisi gets voted on her 3rd tribal as well. Was in the majority for her 1st tribal. Technically he's in a majority for a 2nd tribal, but like gets swapped into a majority and then is voted out her 3rd. Oh, okay. That was something. Headset like turned off then turned back on for like no reason. Don't know why it did that, but whatever. That's fine. Maybe Lisi, maybe it should be Joel, Dirk, and then Lisi, maybe? I'm kind of thinking maybe that instead. Or should Lisi be closer to Janu? Maybe that's actually something I do. Maybe I do Janu and Lisi. And then create a Janu Lisi tier. So I feel like that could also be fine. And then like just Kathy is like a bit different, I guess. Okay, let me think through Kathy again too. Well, so let me think. Kathy went to 2 tribals into pre-merge, ends up being in the majority for both of them. Gets swapped, and then she only goes to 2 tribals. She would have survived another. I don't believe she was the target if she went to another tribal. She also was starting to form alliance at that point. Like her game was kind of on the upswing if she wasn't Kathy. I hit the mic because I'm an idiot. But yeah, I feel like that is just a better version of Janu and Lisi. So yeah, I think I guess the argument should be Kathy versus Joel and Dirk. Oh, maybe it is below them? Because I guess she wasn't in the majority. Like, Dirk and Joel were in the majority for those first 2 votes. Well, I mean, Kathy was in the majority, to clarify, but like she voted with the majority, but she wasn't really in a majority group, though. Which I guess too far was Dirk. Yeah, you know, I'm keeping Kathy where she is. I think this is fine for now. Hunter Ellis, I'm going to move down. Hunter is someone that did vote someone out, but then is on the outs. Does survive a couple vote, or survive one vote after that. It's like, I think he's below this tier. At least. I would say below this tier also. I think Gandia might actually be kind of an interesting one. Where, like, Gandia and, like, obviously, like, Hunter's a very different player. Like, Hunter's a player that, like, plays more out in front, is more of, like, the leader figure. But is his game that different from, like, a Gandia Janine type, in the sense that they, like, start off in a majority group and then, like, ultimately just lose those numbers and then eventually get taken out? Like, I guess actually really he's more of like a Jean. Or like Gandia, and like, I don't know, maybe Gandia's worse actually. Gandia, I think Tanya quitting is definitely something to, you can give her like some credit for. Actually, wait, is Gandia and Brandon Donlin more of a parallel? Maybe that is a thing. Gandia, Brandon Donlin. Both had like okay starting positions, but then had like #1 allies that quit the game and then end up not being in a good position after that. I actually feel like that's not the worst thing in the world. But I feel like Jean and Hunter Ellis is also not the worst comparison. Like, I feel like that feels okay to me. Have Jean and Hunter Ellis. Or, like, obviously Hunter was more out in front, but I think in terms of, like, trajectory of their games, it's not that dissimilar. And if, like, anything, Jean's, like, exit is less egregious than Hunter's. But I do think Hunter's, like, opening position's probably better than Jean. But I think Hunter being there does make sense, though. Then again, is Hunter really that much better than a Paul Wachter? He isn't, though. He isn't better than Paul Wachter, right? I mean, I guess he survives more tribal than a Paul Wachter. I guess that was the thing. Yeah, fuck it. I'll leave it as is. All right, and then we got Swathi and Kevin. They control one, or like in the majority for one vote. Were the swings theoretically for that one vote, and then get taken out after that. In a spot where they're trying to make a big move. In a big move that I do think was their optimal play. It's just that they didn't have the social capital to execute. Stable. Oh, okay. What the fuck? I don't know if my computer's just struggling at this point. No. But yeah, I think they're lower than this tier that like voted out a couple people. I kind of feel like maybe they're a better Erica and Melinda. Actually, wait, why is Erica above Melinda? Well, I guess for the joke. But, like, Erica was on the outs on the first vote. Melinda was on the in of the first vote. So, like, Melinda should be higher, right? But then I can't make the joke. Shit. We'll do this for now. I'll have to think about if it's worth making the joke for. Okay. Is it worth the sacrifice the what do you call it? The authenticity of the list just to make the one joke. But yeah, Swathi and Kevin, I think this isn't a terrible placement for them. Control the vote. Tried to swing a second vote. And it's below people that did survive more tribals than them. Controlled more votes, but I still think like an okay placement. Swathi versus Kevin, I think is also kind of interesting because I think it's like kind of two different arguments, like where Swathi is someone that I think the move she tried to make is probably a little bit more ambiguous. That, like, I think Swathi was more in a position where she just did nothing. She probably was fine for the short term, where like Kevin was probably in more of a need to make a move. But I think Kevin was more of a decider in the first vote, but also the first vote was bad. Like I think he probably made the wrong call during that first vote in voting out Stephanie. So yeah, I think I'm leaning Swathi higher. Yeah, I think I'm leaning Swathi higher. I think Kevin's misstep of voting out Stephanie is worse than what Swathi does, I think. But I don't know. I guess it's like Kevin's boot though isn't that bad. I really could go either way on this. Like I don't really have that much of a vested interest. Like my gut is telling me Kevin higher, even though I don't know if that's what's logically sound, but my gut is just telling me that. So I think I'll just follow through with that. Also, why do I have Swathi and Kevin here twice? Just double checking. Yeah, I do have them here twice for some reason. Okay. All right, now we're on to the shitty post-mergers kind of grouping here. All right, we got Clarence. Wait, where's this tier end? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's like here. Clarence, John Kenny, Jason Siska, Michael Jefferson, Star. It's kind of a random grouping. Like talking through their games, Clarence survives 2 votes. Gets voted out as survives 3 votes. Technically votes in the majority the entire time, but never really has an alliance. Gets voted out as his 4th vote. Kind of a okay trajectory, but like just didn't really have any like actual allies along the way. Which like I think that's worse than Dale in retrospect. Or like I had him above Dale here, but like I think in retrospect that's probably below Dale. Like I think they went to the same amount of tribals. And I guess to be fair, Clarence voted out more people than Dale. But like Dale at least had an alliance at the beginning. Clarence never really did. I think it's actually kind of close. Yeah, like how much credit do I want to give Clarence for being on the end of all those votes? I don't think I'm going to give him that much credit, genuinely. Because like it's not like he ever got his way during any of those votes. So yeah, my gut is like here in a separate tier from these people. He did survive more tribals than these people, for whatever that's worth. But yeah, I think he is like around here. John Kenny. Actually, am I really going to do one by one on these? Fuck me, dude. I shouldn't have done this. Either way. Like, I mean, I think there is a difference, though, between Clarence and these people. Like, Clarence never... Well, I mean, maybe Star's a bit different. But, like, Clarence never had any alliance of any sort. These people at least had an alliance. Was it a good alliance? No, but they at least had an alliance. John Kenny, though, John Kenny survived also 3 tribals, gets voted out at his 4th, gets flipped on by his own people by that point, which is pretty bad. Does survive over all of his OG alliance members, and did have an alliance that was almost half the tribe. I'm kind of debating that with Dale Wentworth. They went to the same amount of tribals. I think Dale actually has higher highs and was at least in initial majority. Where, like, John Kenny was never actually in the majority. So, I feel like it's also another one where Dale might go higher. And I think John Kenny feels better than Clarence, though. So I think for now, maybe put him in a separate sub-tier. Jason Siska. Jason survived how many tribals? He survived the first 2 on the Fans tribe, but was on the outs for both of them. Gets to the merge, is on the outs for the Eliza vote, gets in on the Ozzy vote, only to then get voted out after that. So he goes to 5 tribals, votes correctly once, and then voted out at the last one. That is pretty bad. I guess, like, Jason did have allegiances in the game, though. Like, early on, he was with Mikey B. Post-swap, he was building a bond with, like, Penner and Eliza. After that, his game's kind of shit. But, like, I think he's John Kenny level. Like, Social Pariah was a pretty horrible actual player, but yeah, I think ultimately I actually think below John Kenny, though. Yeah, I think there. Michael Jefferson. Michael Jefferson survives 2 pre-merge tribals. Was in initial alliance with Matt. Is on the outs. Technically, though, does vote out Bill. Swaps into a spot where I believe he would have been first to go had they gone to tribal, but they just never did. Then gets their merge, votes out Jonas, and goes out. So, like, he goes to, 4 tribals, votes correctly twice, though really only one of them is in a spot where he's getting his way. So 3 tribals, getting his way once. I think that's probably also still in this tier, right? I think that's just I think it makes sense why he's in this tier. And above or below? He gets voted out by his own people. He does at least get through the Jonas vote. I think I'm going to have John Kenny above. Him versus Jason Siska, I think, is kind of interesting, though. I am leaning above. Yeah, I think I'm going to go above. It's not by that much, but I think it's slightly above. Then Star, I think, is interesting. Star might be closer to a Clarence. Star might actually be, yeah, maybe that's a tier, Clarence and Star. Even though, like, I'm talking through the nuances of it. It's like Star. Okay, cool. So Star would have been the first boot had she gone to tribal. Like, that's bad. Ends up not being the first boot because they just never go to tribal. Gets swapped into a spot where she actually would not have been booted by that point. Like, after the swap, it would have been Charity instead of her. And she started to build a relationship with Eva, so, like, that was okay. Post-merge, she then survives also a few votes. She survives over Charity. She survives over... Say? Yeah, I think she was on the Say vote. She survives then over Chrissy. She survives over David, and then she goes out. So, like, that's actually a decent amount of votes she gets through. That's what, 4 votes she gets through. I believe voting in the majority for 3 of them, but also it's not like she's like dictating the vote in any real way. I think I kind of stand by the fact that she's by Clarence. I actually think below Clarence in the fact that she was going to be the first boot. I think is what my read is. I guess, like, to be fair, like, actually, okay, let me think this through a bit more. Like, I think the fact that Star was almost the first boot is definitely a big knock there. But I think her surviving post-merge tribals is still better than Clarence surviving pre-merge tribals to a degree. Because, like, with Clarence, a lot of the reason why he survives is more so physical strength related. Or, like, Star, and, like, I guess you could argue Star wasn't good at challenges, and that's why they didn't target her. But, like, I think actually, now I think about it, I think Star's probably higher than Clarence. I think that actually makes more sense. I think it's more impressive that Star survives post-merge tribals than it is Clarence surviving pre-merge tribals. Especially when it feels like Clarence only survives tribals because of physical strength, more so than, like I think if it was based around, like, social, like his social standing, he just would have been the first boot. Chet and Julie McGee. Fuck is this next tier? What the fuck? All right, either way. Chet and Julie McGee. Both went to a decent amount of tribals. Like, I think maybe they are in this Kathy tier. And I'm not sure if that means that Kathy should move up or if they should move down. So, like, Chet does go to a decent amount of tribals. Chet goes to the 2 tribals that Kathy survives, but then also survives over Joel, survives over... Wait, is there another, or is he just out next? Am I missing somebody? It is just him next, actually, isn't it? So it's not that many, actually. How much of Clarence's poor standing was due to race, though? A decent amount, too. Which is fair. I think it's a fair thing to call out. I think Clarence is, like... Yeah, I think, like, Clarence's standing in the season is definitely affected by, like, racial biases, especially from someone like a Tom and whatnot. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, I don't know if that's a thing that I'm like, am I willing to, like, give, it's like, yeah, I'm not sure if that, like, moves him up necessarily, though. But yeah, it is definitely a thing that factors in for sure. Just who was sick, Diane was old. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess that's also a factor too. Yeah, the fact that Jesse was sick, it definitely helped out Clarence too. But Anyway, Chet survives 3 tribals, votes in the majority for all of them, and then eventually is voted out in a spot where he maybe could have been there for a big move happening. I do think Chet with Kathy actually does make sense, though. But I'm kind of thinking maybe that does mean that they should move up. To maybe like here. Let me think through the Kathy argument again. Kathy went to 2 tribals. What's in the majority? These people do go to more tribals. But I think Chet being with like 1 spot above Kathy does just kind of make sense to me. With this list, and like I think ultimately it's like they're both pretty bad players on paper. Like, yeah, Chet maybe had like more potential. Like I think it's like on paper, Chet feels like a better player than Kathy. I think Kathy actually had more upside by the time she leaves. Anyway, it's like I think them being back to back does make sense. Julie McGee, Julie only goes to 1 tribal, right? But she is in the majority for that tribal. And when she quit, she would have probably been around for a little bit, but just like not taken seriously anyway. I actually feel like maybe Julie should be closer to this like Lisi Janu tier. I actually feel like Julie and Janu kind of makes sense. I think the thing to kind of give her like credit is that again she was in the majority for that first vote. But again, I think that's actually, yeah, I think Julie is probably just too high on here. I think her being here makes more sense. But then again, Julie versus like Dale Wentworth, I think is like a fair thing to call out. I feel okay moving Julie to here. Wait, is this off by 1? Oh, yeah, because I moved it 1 up because of thinking Julie would be there. Okay, yeah. Anyway, why don't we get this intro? What is this? Load. Thank you. Oh, yeah, we already saw this, but I don't know. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that we didn't get this very real intro. Like, how do we not get this iconic Zingbot chasing after Calhoun Rome? Dude, that's still insane. Yeah. Where are we at now? We are at this clusterfuck of a tier. I think this is probably where Dale Wentworth is ultimately gonna land. Then again, I said that like 2 tiers ago. Okay, what do we got here? This is actually still kind of a mess. So we do have Jean Robert here. Yeah, let's see. Jean Robert, he goes to 2 Premier Tribals. Let's see. So Jean Robert survives 3 tribals, gets voted out as 4th. He was targeted by a minority the entire time, was not well liked. At least has like a semblance of game ability to a degree. Yeah, it's like I think the big argument here is him versus Dale. Him versus Dale. I think Dale led a vote, which Jean Robert didn't really do, but also maybe that is like, maybe this tier's maybe okay. Like, it's like both like kind of bad players, both like confrontational and people don't really like them, but they at least have like a semblance of strategic ability and did end up surviving like a good chunk of tribals. Actually, Dale technically survives more, but then again, Jean Robert voted out more. But anyway, I think actually that feels okay to me, though. Jean Robert with Dale Wentworth. The question is above or below. I think I'll go Jean Robert above, I think. Which, thank God, Jean Robert is the top of the list so far. I don't know. I'm still thinking this through. Okay, there's another person. Clarence was another person that survived 3 tribals, gets voted out their 4th, voted in the majority the entire time. Maybe that's actually, I can kind of see that. A Clarence Jean Robert comparison. I think the difference would be the fact that Jean Robert at least had like kind of allies in the game. Like had like Denise and like had James for most of the season at least. Clarence didn't really have anybody. But also it is Clarence. Or also, I mean, also it's Jean Robert, I mean. So I kind of am okay with moving Jean Robert down. Or like you could argue Michael Jefferson, Jason Siska, John Kenny had allegiances in the game at least. Nah, I don't think it sticks. I think ultimately Jean Robert is someone that like, he still had like more one-on-one connections in the game than like Clarence did. Like even though they weren't particularly close connections, I think it's still enough. Cool, that's great. So yeah, I think I am settling on Jean Robert at the top. I guess. Oh, okay, Jean Robert versus Dan. Tell me this isn't real. What is this? This is Cassidy's mom, isn't it? Yeah. Let me tell me this isn't real. This photo looks fucked. I will say. Yeah. Why she? Yeah. That's why. That was my first reaction. It's like, yeah. I don't know what they did to Cassidy here. Like it feels like a lot of I don't know, filters or whatever, but I don't know. Actually, I haven't. Yeah, is she still posting? I guess obviously she's posting about. Yeah. I think Cassidy's mom follows me. Massacred my girl. Yeah. To be fair, she doesn't look like. I guess she doesn't look that far off from her mom. But she does probably look like 10 years older in this photo for like some reason. But yeah, I don't know. All right, what are we doing here? Am I really gonna do this one by one? It's annoying, but I feel like I kind of have to for a tier this big. Fuck me. All right, where do we start, by the way? I think we start at like 570 something. Oh, wait, I can check here. I want to at least get through 50 people tonight. Like, I at least want to get through, like, 1 episode's worth. Just so I can at least, like, have this done in, I don't know, what is that? Like, 10 more streams? 11 more streams? Whatever. Probably 10. Like, generally probably short because, like, yeah, I think by the time we get to the top, it'll be a lot easier. But yeah, it's like this middle section is a fucking pain. I'm a fucking idiot, dude. I literally like went there to look up the thing and I didn't pay attention to the actual number. All right, so we want to get to 525 is the goal. We are 30 people away, 31 people away. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. All right, Alina, okay, it's already 3 o'clock almost, so I'm pretty fucked. Alina, she kind of sucks. She goes to how many tribals? She goes to the Shannon vote off, the Tyrone vote off, the Eve vote off, and then gets voted out the merge. 3 tribals, votes in the majority for 2 of them. Gets voted out in a near unanimous vote at the merge. Didn't really have any super solid allies the entire time. I actually feel like there's an argument she's in this tier with John Kenny and like Jason and Michael Jefferson, particularly in the fact that she just didn't really have any long-term allies. And I guess too bad Jean Robert didn't either. But like they at least were in like a majority group, even though again, how real was that majority group? Like Alina was never. And I guess you could argue Alina was in the majority at the swap, but again, that was always a. Like that was just more so a marriage of convenience, considering it was like all the young people. Who I want to go home tomorrow? Probably Yash at this point. I don't feel like Yash bring too much. Yeah, I'm thinking of moving Alina down. Because again, it's just a spot where she doesn't really have a true. But I guess actually a thing though to consider is like when looking at this tier, it's like like Alina and Janine might. Okay, maybe I won't do it that way. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still struggling with like where exactly to go with her. I do feel like this makes sense. This like John Kenny, Michael Jefferson tier over the Dale Jean Robert tier. Because at least they were like in majorities at a point. These people weren't. So yeah, I think that does make sense to me. Maybe she's in her own tier, though. Maybe it's its own tier in that range. I don't know. Well, we'll see. Because I feel like RC also kind of fits into that. I don't know. Okay, I'm struggling with Jean Robert because like I obviously don't think Jean Robert is a good player. And it's not like his resume's that good either. So like maybe I just bite the bullet and just move him down for the sake of it. Because I think it really could be argued either way of Jean Robert. Where it's like, you can argue he was in, like, a majority alliance. But you could also argue he was just on the outs the entire time. And, like is he that much better than, like, a Clarence sort of thing? How was Jean Robert that much worse than a Jamie Dugan? I think Jamie Dugan had, like, actual, like, ride or die like allies, like people that actually would have like taken her to the end. Like she, like I think she was at the top of her power structure. Like if Zanhu went to every tribal, it's like Jamie's the person at the end there. Jean Robert is like number 5, 6, on a Fei Long. So yeah, I think that's fairly different. I kind of just want to do it, but like I don't think it makes much logical sense is like kind of the issue. I kind of want to put him here. Like logistically, I think it makes more sense to have him up here. I mean, like he did survive 3 tribals, but it's not like he had any like no. Yeah, I think I have to do it. I think I have to leave him here. Yeah. Where are we at? RC. I think RC probably is closer to Alina. I think you can argue she gets screwed out. Like, I mean, she gets like out of the game. But also she just had no real allies by the end. I mean, she had like Penner voting with her, but not a real ally. But she only went to one tribal, gets voted out the one tribal. But I think considering it was like kind of an unlucky circumstance, it's like I'm willing to give her like, yeah, I'm willing to give her like Alina level. Better, worse. I think I'll go worse. Maybe. And RC would have just gone if they went to tribal like anytime in the back half of the pre-merge. Like initially Alina had like Kelly Bruno as a shield, and then like post swap she was able to like at least be safe there. So yeah, I think I'll go Alina above RC. Leaf. Leaf I feel like is closer to here. Which is weird considering I had RC above it. Because I'm gonna go. But like alright, let me think through Leaf's game. Survives over Matt Quinlan. Survives over Bill, but also is a spot where they obviously throw the immunity in a spot where like Leaf's name was being thrown out. So that's bad. But still survives over Bill. Gets swapped and then actually does survive over Monica. Would have survived the next vote if they went to tribal. Then gets to the merge. Survives over Jonas. Survives over Michael. I don't think votes Michael out, but I could be wrong on that. Then you have Jay vote where he's on the outs, and then he gets voted after that. But like that's a good amount of tribals. Like that's definitely the most of anyone we talked about so far. The problem is that it's Leaf, so he kind of sucks. But based on the criteria we're currently working with, I do think that's a clear number one. Where, yeah, he survives how many votes? 1, 2, 3, 4. He's in the majority for 4 votes. And then survives to his 7th tribal. And again, it would have been an 8th had Colton not been medevaced. So, yeah, I think Leaf's just a clear number one, actually. Especially because like he was actually in the majority for the entire pre-merge. Like he's obviously not a good player, and I think we'll take that into account fairly soon. But yeah, I think he probably just is a clear number one of the people so far. Which good for Leaf on that, I guess. He was trying to take out Bill, who's targeting him. Like I guess. I don't know if he convinced them, but yeah. Goes without saying, but D's HOH is the first competent HOH we've had in a while. To agree. I mean, yeah, it is. I think even then she's playing it sloppily at this point, but yeah, it is. Riley's wasn't that bad. Riley was pretty yeah, Vince's wasn't bad because it was his only option, so his was great. I think Riley's was kind of like, it wasn't horrible. Like, I think it's better than Angela and Vince's, but is that really saying much? It's like, yeah, she leaves that week with like a power structure, but she also leaves that week with like half the house theoretically targeting her. And I guess like to be fair, like would Cirie have targeted Riley? Maybe not. So like I guess she gets like kind of unlucky. The Heisem in particular wins HOH. Yeah, Daniel had no other options. Is Riley having only 4 options to put up an advantage or disadvantage? I think as a whole, I would lean disadvantage. I don't remember what I was saying at the time. It's this, like, I think there's pros and cons to both. I think the cons is the fact that it's really only 4 people that feel indebted to you at that point. Because I think, like, a good, like, because, like, yeah, like, some of the power, obviously, of that first HOH is the fact that you can at least get this social capital from, like, hey, I didn't put you on the block or whatever. Or, like, with this, it's like, you can only say that for, like, 2 people. Yeah, she did have renom power, but like, the renom didn't happen, right? Like, I think that becomes, like, situational at that point. Of, like, does the veto get used and whatever. But I don't know, it also, like, decreases the blood on your hands because it's like, yeah, I didn't have many other options. So it's like, it can go either way. I would lean towards it being a negative, though, because it obviously just, like, limits your, like, options, your initial options, and it, like, gains you less social capital. But hey, it's not the worst in the world, I guess. Morgan McLeod survives what, 3 tribals? Gets voted out of 4th. Is on the outs when Bryce goes. Gets into a majority group when Alexis goes. Was in the majority at the merge, but then cast flips and then gets voted out after that. She's not particularly good. I think she did do some good recovery. That's kind of an interesting one, actually. Yeah, I think she does some good recovery at the end of her game, but then, like, she kind of, like, ends in a whimper. It's kind of one of these cases where, like, I feel like her game is better than RC and Alina's, but my gut is that RC and Alina are better players. Like, if RC and Alina played Survivor again, I would have so much more faith in RC and Alina than I would Morgan. But I think Morgan's game is better. I also can kind of see a Dale Wentworth Morgan comparison in the fact that there were, like, points where they were in the majority. But it's not like she ever, like, dictates a vote in her direction or, like, had much, like, actual gumption in that way. I think my gut right now is that she's, like, kind of in the middle of this. I think she's, like, there for now. Yeah, it's like, I think ultimately this list is more so going to be based around reality than potential. Like, I think that's why we've had so many adjustments at this point, is because we're kind of still making, like, adjustments for that. But yeah, I think that does lean Morgan here, like, above Alina and RC. But his HOH was so fascinating because he did create a good power structure for him, but it laid bare his indecision and cowardice. Yeah. It's like he had a good, like he ends up, he ends that HOH with, like, a decent power structure around him, but it just could have been better. And, like, the way he handles, the nuances of it is just bad. Oh, I didn't even see Amazing Race 39 premiere day. I knew Survivor premiere date we saw. I didn't even pay attention to Amazing Race, but yeah, cool. Taylor from Legend X gets voted out as 4th tribal. votes out one person. Had an alliance, at least. Only person he votes out is Mari, right? Then he gets swapped, is on the bottom. When Figgy goes home, at the merge is on the bottom. When Michelle goes home, and he goes home right after. He's pretty bad. He at least had an alliance, to give him credit for that. I feel like it's probably Morgan McLeod level. Or maybe it's like Dale. Dale at least was in the majority for 2 votes. Taylor was only in the majority for 1. So yeah, I think that's probably Morgan McLeod level. I'm debating above or below, actually. I actually feel like there's an argument Morgan's better. Like, Taylor obviously started off in the majority that Morgan didn't, but I think Morgan actually, like, recovered well. Even though, like, she was swapped into a fortunate position to do that, but, like, she at least, like, got in if, like, Tasha and, like, Sarah Lucina. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to go Morgan above Taylor. Yeah, we'll do that. Angela Perkins. I think Angela's probably going to be more of a Leaf, if I were to guess. Angela survives a lot of tribals, to give her credit. I don't think she's a particularly good player, but she gets all the way to Final Four. And I think with how we're structuring the list at this point, that probably is enough to put her there. Let me think of how many. She goes through a lot, right? She goes through like a good chunk of tribals. Like she she was kind of almost out at her first tribal, so that's kind of bad. But like but yeah, when Morgan goes out, she's there. She goes to the James Lim tribal, survives that, votes in the majority. She then goes Chris Noble tribal. She's on the outs, but survives it. Gets voted. What am I talking about? At 12 is. Oh, Libby. Libby, she's in the majority for that vote, I believe. Even though an Idol's played. Then you have Desiree vote, where I believe she's on the outs for that. It is one where she's like kind of in and out of the majority. But again, it's a lot of tribal she's going to. It's like, what, 5 there, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. She goes to 11 tribals. Like, that's kind of that's way more than anyone we've gone through so far. The problem is that I don't know how many of them she's in the majority for. Rum just said he feels like the president of the house. Good for him. I see that Devin's told Chuck that they're voting out Ashley. So that's something. Let's see. I see Devin's doing a lot of talking recently. Yeah, whatever. All right, what was it? So yeah, I think Angela Leaf. Okay, I think I actually do need to count up the amount of times Angela's in the majority for whatever reason. All right, Angela votes out. So she goes to 11 tribals. She's in the majority for the James vote. She's in the majority for the Libby vote, I believe. She's in the majority for the Jenna vote, for the 8. Chelsea vote, she's not. Kellen vote, she is. Sebastian vote, she is, but that's bad. Donathan, Is she? Wait, is Leaf? I think I'm settling on her with Leaf. I think that's where I'm settling, and I actually think I'm settling on her below Leaf. I think. Let me see something real quick. Okay, yeah. He's like Leaf was at least more in the majority. Like, I think ultimately Angela is voting in the majority more, like slightly more than Leaf, but like Leaf was actually in a majority alliance more than Leaf. Somehow. I have Angela very low, don't I? Where's my final juror ranking? This one? No, that's penultimate. Where's my final juror ranking? Oh, I had more here. Okay. Yeah, she's like 5th from the bottom. Or 6th. 6th from the bottom. Above Rick Devens. So that's something. Yeah, I'll do that. Only 25 more people to go. How many people is that until... Okay, so it's until this tier. Until Gina Cruz. Thank God. Thank God we can save Daniel Strunk for next stream. We'll see. Either way, I think I'll go until 4. I think it's whatever happens first. I get 4 o'clock or this. We'll see. Janine, I think Janine's probably closer to the Alina RC level. Yeah, never really gets her way. Goes to how many tribals? Justine, she has the Mariah vote, the Ellie vote, the Dwight vote, and then her vote. So only 4 tribals. She's not in the majority. She's only in the majority for one of them. What I have Eddie and Christina better. I think Eddie, in terms of player, I give him like credit for the fact that he's like the type of guy that's just gonna make it deep most times. Christina, I think Christina's in the majority more than Angela, right? Like, I think Christina, yeah, Angela and Christina are like similar, but it's like at least Christina's voting with the all women group most of the time. And is like with that alliance. Like, Angela's not even like consistently in the majority. Like, she only votes correctly like half her tribals. And even then, it's like not even all those are ones where she's like getting her way, or like doing what she getting what she wants done. Yeah. What was I doing? Yeah, Janine. 4 tribals, votes correctly once. Is not really in the majority for a lot of the season. I guess, like, to be fair, maybe that's closer to, actually, yeah, that's closer to here. Like, that's more of a Morgan Taylor level. Again, I think I think Morgan had better recovery. Like, I'd say she's probably better than Taylor. Like, I think Taylor's definitely a more, like, self-destructive sort of player. But yeah, I think Janine there makes sense. Then we got my queen. I sadly think my queen has to be here. I think she's like RC Alina level. Goes to what? 2 tribals. I did think gets fairly unlucky at the first, to be fair. Does vote in the majority. But ultimately never had any, like, real allies. So yeah, I think she probably just is here. A million people do listen to her music. I'm one of them. I'm a big, I don't know what song about. I'm a big Slow Burn fan. I'm a big Sunday Crossword fan. Let's see. I think I'll go top of this group. Like, her boot is weird, and I think there's at least like some good work with her like pulling in Sean. But again, it's still a spot where like she never had a real ally. Taylor at least had a real ally. Janine did. Morgan kind of did by the end. So yeah, I think I'll do that. I just realized also I fucked this up. I need to do this and paste this here. Now I need to double check I didn't delete somebody because that would be annoying. Okay, we're good. All right, Ryan Medrano. Ryan survives a while. I mean, like, obviously there's the disastrous like second round where like he throws the immunity challenge and he was about to be voted out. Like that was kind of bad. But he survives over Lindsay. He's never in danger there. Again, second round's bad, but like he survives it, like very luckily, and though his blindside when it happens. Merge vote. Survives is in the majority. 12 is Dwight. Dwight, he's in the majority. Janine, he's in the majority. And then he's out split tribal. So he goes to 6? Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, he goes to 6 tribals. That's actually quite a bit. He's in the majority for how many of them? 1, 2. I think really in the majority for 3. Ends up in the majority for 4. Yeah, I think that's Leaf level? Leaf Angela level? And like I think actually Leaf is like actually kind of a decent 1-for-1. If anything, Leaf's actually more consistently in the majority group, I feel like. Though I think like also like kind of give credit to Ryan for recovering post-merge. And I do think his boot is kind of a weird one too. Him throwing immunity is really weird. Yeah, you know, actually, fuck it. I'll go Ryan top. I do love Ryan as a top. Fuck me, dude. There. Yeah, we'll do that. All right. What we got? We got Margaret, Christina Coria, Rita, Stephanie Favor, everyone's favorite. Stephanie Favor makes the 50 review, by the way. Thank God. But yeah, all right. What are these people? People that survive a few tribals. I think these people are probably moving down if I were to guess. Basically, I think the like criteria has changed. Okay, so looking at Stephanie Favor, like okay, actually, I think I can easily rank these. I think Rita's the top of these, right? Nah, whatever. We'll just deal with it this way anyway. Christina Coria, or fuck me, Stephanie Favor, goes to 3 tribals, gets voted out at her 3rd, votes in the majority of first 2 votes, is the swing vote her first vote. Though kind of goes out in a whimper. I think she's moving down, but I don't know by how much. Like, really, all these people survive more tribals than her. I guess, like, the argument would be the fact that she... It's like, I think my initial instinct is here. I think the argument between her and, like, Star and Clarence is that she wasn't, like, an initial social pariah. So, like, maybe that's good enough to be above that. But yeah, I can kind of see maybe cool. Like maybe like right after that. I'm trying to remember. Star and Clarence survived 3 tribals, went his 4th. What a great grouping of players. Yeah, I mean, who doesn't love Rita Vereros? Who doesn't love Christina Coria, the MAGA queen herself, I guess. Who doesn't love mashed potatoes? Who doesn't love ADD? I think actually maybe it's higher. Okay, wait, let me think. Because like generally these people only vote off 1 to 2 people also, and like didn't really have good. Yeah, maybe lower. I guess for Margaret, maybe Margaret is lower. Like Stephanie Favor, I think is. Like, I think my gut is Stephanie Favors, like, somewhere in this range. Again, in the majority for first 2 votes, then gets voted out the 3rd. Or, like, these people weren't really in a true majority the entire season. But I guess, too, for she was the swing. It's not like she had, like, a real alliance. Those, like, backing her. But also, I don't think she does that much wrong either, though. The Christina Courier is someone that, like, survives over her. Call her mashed potatoes in the video. He'll say, like, Miss Mashed Potatoes herself or something. Yeah, I think Margaret's just lower in looking at it. It's like, at least... Like, these people, like, Christina goes to, like, same travels as Stephanie, but survives 1 more. Rita goes to, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, I think? Tribals? Yeah. Gets voted out her 4th. Margaret is someone that gets voted out her 3rd. Also, like, yeah, I just think Margaret's just way worse, actually. Like, she goes to vote out her 3rd, and also wasn't in that great of a spot in her original tribe anyway. And, like, I guess, like, was swap screwed, so I guess maybe that's the thing to factor in. But I don't think she should be that much higher than, like, these people, though. Like, Melinda Hyder and Erica. Like, she was swap screwed in the sense that, like, I mean, she's technically swapped into, like, equal tribes, but yeah, it's like, these people were swap screwed too. Melinda and Erica. I mean, like, Erica wasn't swap screwed, but, like, screwed by, like, the opening twist of Fiji. But I think it's, like, a similar-ish position where, like, she wasn't, like, fundamentally screwed by the swap, but it definitely disfavored her. And she still didn't play particularly well. It's like her... Yeah, like, she kind of gave up by the end. And even then, like, her original tribe was, like, annoyed with her. Does Jason give Todrick vibes? Not really. I mean, like, I guess in terms of, like, being this, like, super villain sort of thing. But I think, like, very different... maybe playstyle actually is similar, it's just that their effectiveness is different, I guess. Like, I think Todrick is, like, kind of more of a mix of, like, it's like Jason if Jason was in the roam position, I think it's Todrick. Yeah, I think I'm moving Margaret down here. is something I'm doing. Probably at the top, though. Just because she survives one tribal after the swap screw. Yeah, I'm just double checking things. I think that's fine. I don't feel too bad about that. Then we have... I think these three I'm keeping together. I think this is fine. Being people that, like... Actually, wait, let me think about Christina Coria versus Rita. Rita survived 3 tribals, gets voted out the 4th, was voting in the majority the entire way. Christina votes out Billy, but didn't want that to happen. Votes out JP. I actually don't remember. Did she vote out Stephanie, or did she not? Either way, I actually feel fine with Rita being above. So yeah, I think these 3 together still make sense. It's a matter of where are they. So Stephanie only goes to 3 tribals. Christina goes to 4. Rita goes to 4. 3 tribals get votes out. Your 4th is a swing vote, though. So, like, I think bare minimum Stephanie is here, like, above Chet. Which, again, what a great comparison. Oh, did Rome say alpha? Well, thank God. Makes sense. Oh, I see the post now. Rome say is egotistical. Feel like I'm the president of the house. Which no, that's not egotistical at all. That's just the truth. That's the truth of being an alpha. Let's see. Alina survives 2 tribals. See, I think the issue I have is that even though Stephanie was like a swing vote, she didn't really have any real allies. And kind of the same thing Christina and Rita. So, like, it's like these people at least, like, had... Okay, actually, wait. I think at least they're above Star and Clarence. But, like, at least these people had, like, some allies. There's, like, while they're surviving a while, they don't really have allies. Like, these people are surviving similar amounts of tribals. But I guess, like, to be fair, they're, like, probably, like, actively worse players. And I guess, to be fair, they're voting more correctly than these. So, yeah, I think maybe still above this. Maybe I just add them to this tier. Like, maybe I keep RC lower, but then... Yeah, they're voting correctly all the time, though. Yeah, I think above at least. Yeah, what was this tweet? Are these the same? No, they're different, right? There, what are these? Almost recruit Angela.
It's like, I'm going to be the people that need me. I'm going to be their physical gladiator, right? I'm personable enough to stay at an arm's distance from.
Oh my God, he's going to say the thing.
Cordial with them and cool. Arm's distance from all the alphas, and be cordial with them and cool. But that's not really my personality style, and I think you can kind of tell that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not like the
I'm just a beta.
Look off to be
that part.
Does he say beta at any point here? That looked very suspicious. Wait. Oh, best. I thought it said beta. Yeah, there's no beta here. So her talking to. Oh. Cool. Well, there we go. Well, that's great. Yeah, I think OBS is about to crash. Thank God. Let's see if it comes back. Anytime now. It should be fine, right? Why is... Okay, it's fine. I actually do have... Generally, I do have that issue at points where, like, watching videos on, yeah, with CBS. Yeah, but, like, watching videos on Twitter sometimes, like, crashes my computer for, like, some reason. To where, like, it just does that sometimes.
But it didn't.
Hey.
But it didn't.
Hey, but it didn't.
But it didn't.
But it didn't. But it didn't.
It is funny to me just, like, how much Dee and Angela get along. Because I would not have expected that. And, like, obviously, it's still week 1. Like, it could go downhill. But, like, yeah, I generally did not expect them to be, like, so, like, close like this. Like, I generally thought Lala would be, like, Dee's, like, #1, like, older woman ally. But
I thought.
But no, they're doing this instead.
Hey.
But it didn't.
Hey, but it didn't.
But it didn't.
Yeah, that's kind of funny though. All right. All right, let's see. Christina, Rita, Stephanie Favor in comparison to these people. Again, they voted in the majority more, but I don't know. Does that really matter too much when they don't have allies? I think I am going to go above here, and I think maybe this is kind of where it stops. Oh, either it stops or they're right above it. Okay, well, let me see this real quick. It looks like my computer just found out my computer. Okay, yeah, cool. Thank God. It finally found out that it crashed. How far into stream are we, by the way? I know I started late. Yeah, only a little over 4 hours. Anyway, yeah, it's not looking great for us getting more than just the bare minimum done tonight, but I'll get this bare minimum done. Maybe. I say that, but who knows? But yeah, what am I doing again? I think... Yeah, I'm kind of thinking this here. At least Dale and Jean Robert had alliances to a degree with Jean Robert, but you know, actually, no. I think I will. Yeah, I think I'll do this. I think I will put Angela, Leaf, and Ryan above. Where, like, I think in probably in retrospect they were just too low to begin with, but I think I'll put these 3 here. All right, Trish and Lisa Kiefer. What a combo. So Lisa goes to 4? Yes, 4 tribals. Votes in the majority for 2 of them, even though one of them is not real. Like, one of them's, like, her flipping to not cause a tie. And then, to be fair, though, the first one is also kind of wonky, with that being, like, the Dolly vote. Like, they technically had the numbers, but Eliza messed it up. So, what? 4 tribals, a couple correct. I think these people are probably just outright moving up, if I were to guess. Like, I think these people are probably moving up to at least, like, this level. And... Okay, let me think about Trish first. Trish went to 3 tribals. Gets voted out her 3rd. At least was a swing. And at least had agency for her first couple of us. I'm kind of thinking maybe I think this might just stay the same. I'm thinking these two just stay here. Like, I think they're kind of just this, but with agency. Like, they went to a similar amount of tribals. At least, like, made more individualistic moves. So, yeah, I don't think that's the worst in the world. And hopefully we get more of those, even though I don't think we will, because the next tier is a bit fucked. All right. This is the tier of quitters / medevacs. Which I think this will probably have to run through. Okay, wait. So, like, tier-wise, I think... Actually, looking back on it, Trish or Lisa Kiefer. Because I think I could technically go either way on that one. Trish, I think, probably was a more active player. Lisa... I think actually Lisa's above, in retrospect. Especially because, like, Trish also fucks it up by the end. So, like... Or, like, I don't think Lisa does that much, like, wrong. I think it was just, like, continuing distrust from, like, earlier on in the game. In terms of reboot round. Yeah, I think with this... I think... Okay, I think the tough thing about these people... Actually, wait, let me... How high are they going to be? Here. Alright, yeah, but the tough thing about these people... So, like, I think Ramona and Jesse are essentially just a 1-for-1. Like, I don't think there's a real difference between them. They're both people that went to a second tribe... Like, went to 2 tribals, voted correctly their first time, get voted out their second time because they quit. / were, again, sick. And yeah, it's like, there's not much to really say about that. Tanya is essentially the same thing, but just better because I think she had more inroads in the game. Like, she was closer to, like, Brian, who was running the game. Like, with Ramona and Jesse, they were seemingly, like, towards the bottom of the pecking order anyway. So I don't think it ultimately matters too much. Actually, let's copy this, by the way. So, like, I think, at least in terms of this, I think Tanya's above. GC is a little different. Am I happy I didn't pick Ashley as my winner pick? I mean, like, Jason's not much better. That'd be very funny, actually, if my top 2 were the first 2 boots of the season. That will be very funny, actually, if that plays out that way. But yeah, I actually think Ashley's probably a better player than Jason. It's where there's still a shot I picked the wrong person still. But anyway, yeah, GC, he does end up surviving a good chunk of tribals. He goes to, what, 1, 2, before the swap, post-swap, he goes to 2, I think, right? So he gets voted out as 4th. Had allies, but ultimately didn't really want to be there. I think he's worse than this for sure. I think he's probably more of a Tanya level, though, than Ramona and Jesse for surviving as many tribals as he does. Jerry Sims. I think Jerry is probably more of a Ramona Jesse. Like, survives 1 tribal. Was not in a particularly great spot long term. But gets voted out in a spot where he wouldn't have been voted out unless he quit. Lyric is better than both of them, yeah. Then who was 4th? Barrett. Barrett would have been obviously just the better. Barrett was a boring pick, though. I don't want to be boring. Wait, Shamar, I think, is closer to a GC here. He survives 2 tribals and then would have been probably fine for a short term at least. Dana doesn't go to any tribals and quits, but, like, doesn't seem to be in danger for at least the first vote, but we ultimately don't really know. So I think the order of operations here is, I guess, like, Dana at least had allies. theoretically, but we just also like she never survived a vote. Yeah, I think I'll do Dana. Ramona had Jervis voting with her, right? I think that's at least an edge there, maybe. So I think Jesse, then I guess Jesse. Like Jerry's a weird one because like I don't know where Jerry really stood on that tribe. Like I don't think he really had anybody like as like a solid number one. Like I don't think he was like. It's not like he was like really really close to like Coach or Tyson or them. Like I think he was just kind of there. But also he was kind of like checked out too. So it's like other than he couldn't shit. I don't really have a vested interest here. I think I'll go that. Why not? Actually, let me see something real quick. I want to look up the voting chart for Borneo, just to double check Ramona's thing. I think Jervis voted with her, if I'm not making that up. Oh, wait, it was a fucked vote. Okay, so, yeah, Jervis voted with her, and then Greg. Oh, yeah, I forgot Greg was Greg. Yeah, so I think yeah, I think that definitely does make Ramona number one. Jerry versus Jesse. Like, Jesse at least was close to... I think I'll go Jesse, actually. Jesse at least had, like, Kelly Goldsmith as, like, a good ally. Jerry, I just don't really know if Jerry had anybody. So, yeah, now the question is, are they here? I think they're lower... Okay, well, I should probably just make room. Is also a thing I should probably do. Why is Jesse much higher than Clarence? Because I don't think Jesse would have gone... Like, I think Clarence goes home over Jesse if Jesse didn't get sick. And it's like Clarence just, like, was never able to gain any traction in the game. Yeah, okay. I think at least... Yeah, I watched the Big Brother episode. It was fine. I thought the best part of the episode was the Jason, Angela stuff. I think the episode definitely felt long. Like, you could definitely feel the 90 minutes on this one. Like, I think the last episode was, like, very strong, where, like, it was just kind of, like, a consistent, like, full episode. Like, this one definitely, like, I think, like, the Lyric Rome segment went on a bit long. It's like, yeah. It was not as strong as the last one, in my opinion, but it was still fine. Let's see. I'm thinking of going, like, here for them. I think I might split up this tier just because I feel like there is probably a difference between them where, like, I feel like Ramona, Jesse, Jerry, Dana is, like, a grouping of players that, like, yeah, they were sick and went out, but, like, also, I don't know how much actual potential they had anyway. So, like, they only went to one tribal, survived it. Like, these are people that, like, sort of, like, I can maybe give them credit for, like, one more tribal. I don't know if I'm going to give them credit for, like, more than one tribal, where, like, these are people that survived at least two. So it's like, and, like, at least control the vote with, like, a Stephanie favor. So it's like, again, like, whatever. I think, I will go with these people here. Then the Tanya GC Shamar tier is a bit more interesting. Okay, cool. Stop. like, I think probably above the Rita group. I mean, like, okay, Tanya's a bit of a weird one because, like, Tanya technically is just this, but we just have a better read on her long-term potential. Or, like, she's this, but she was with the majority group. That went on the run this season. So, like, I think that's, like, I'm willing to give her, like, a couple tribal boost on that, I feel like. And then GC went to, 4 tribals. Shamar only went to 2, but would have survived more also. Why isn't Maya number 1? Because I'm not biased. Again, I'm a purely objective ranker. Again, you're not going to see Stephanie Valencia being at number 1. You're not going to see Victoria Baymonde at number 1. Yeah, I am considering this, though. It's like the intention was to put him here. I don't know if Tanya should be that much higher. I think I'm going to go something like this. I think GC here at the bottom. Because I think GC is kind of like a glorified this. Then I think Shamar and then Tanya probably. Wait, is that the right? No, this is wrong, right? Yeah, they're supposed to be here. Okay, cool. Fuck that up. There. Yeah, I think Shamar here. Because I think Shamar, like, probably, like, I think Shamar was also with, like, a group that probably, actually, I guess not necessarily. But still, I think Shamar had some interesting thoughts about the game, like, was trying to, like, pull over Hope. Did have Sherry as a solid ally. I don't think would have been naturally voted out in the short term, at least. How yellow the orange looks? Let's see. Oh, it doesn't on my stream, at least. Like, on my, like, the one I'm seeing. But I don't know. I believe, yeah, Rick and Barrett did shit at bed, right? Oh, wait, no, fuck me, dude. I love how, like, chat just scrolled all the way fucking up. Like, like, I think, what was that? Your Viber's post from, like, an hour ago? Whatever. Yeah, I think, I'll go Tanya here. That looks weird now because, like, they're next to each other, but whatever. Just double checking if I feel okay with that. I actually feel like Tanya is someone I could go here, but I just don't know if I should. Because we ultimately don't really know how active a player Tanya is. So yeah, I think I had to leave her there. I kind of do want to put her higher, though. Okay, we got what? 10 people left? Something like that. Essentially this, right? I think these are remaining people. Brady, Finta, Spencer, Michaela is next here. These people might move down also. It's like Brady survived, went to 3 tribals, gets voted as 3rd. I think is a fairly competent player. You've been waiting for Brady Finta all day, clearly. Spencer Dunn, same thing, right? Goes to 3? Yeah. Gets voted as 3rd. also like kind of an okay player. Michaela Wingle, same exact thing. Yeah. So I think all these are players that went to 3 tribals. Not terrible players, didn't really do that much wrong. But also didn't do too much right either. I think these people went to more tribals. So, like, I think you can argue these players played worse, like, actively. Actually, no, let's do this. But I do feel like with the way we're ranking things now, I give them credit for going to, because like it's not by like if it was only by like 1, I think I would be willing to do this, because like I do think Brady, Spencer, Michaela are all like fine players, all things considered. But like it's by a decent, like Leaf went to what, 7 or 8 tribals, Angela went to 11, Ryan Medrano went to like 7 or something. So it's like it's not close. It's like it's those numbers versus 3. And like even then it's not like these were like people in like actual real majority groups or anything. So yeah, I think I'd leave them there. I forgot to say this, but my sister hates Kagiana. I feel like my life is a lie. You should. That's your punishment for not making your sister like Kagian. You should force her to like Kagian. All right, how do I rank these though? Actually, I guess actually there even is an argument. Are they even higher than Trish and Lisa? Like Trish and Lisa had more like agency in the game to where maybe they are higher, but I also feel like they're more at fault for their elimination. Or I think Brady, Spencer, Michaela are more so in spots where like they just didn't have great starting spots to begin with, and kind of made the best of it. I feel like with Lisa and Trish, you can like call out more they did wrong, but like also there's probably like more that they did right, I guess. Man, I think I'll keep it as is. Want to see a disturbing Roman lyric clip? I don't know. Depends how disturbing, I guess. All right, so with this, I think Brady. It's a weird spot where like I think Brady's actually probably the better player, but I think for this list we're putting him as the worst. Just because like Brady's one that's like pretty much all potential based over reality. Like Brady's someone that like doesn't vote a single person out. Spencer at least is voting for the first 2 people. Then yeah, I think Michaela's just the top of these. I think that's kind of actually an easy 3. Yeah, what is this? What am I gonna see? Probably should be more cautious with Roman lyric clips.
This top is so under boob. Also, this top is so under boob. I'm kind of scared it's gonna freaking fall out.
Okay, yeah, that.
I don't even have boobs, but alright.
You do shockingly do.
No, I do not.
You do shockingly do. What the fuck is that?
You do shockingly do.
No, I do not.
You do. But so I was when Jason ran upstairs.
What are we doing here? Yeah, cool. Wait, did I fuck this up again? I think I did. Yeah, because I still have 2 of Michaela and okay, yeah. I should delete this. All right, one more tier for tonight, and then I can fucking go to sleep. Kind of. I actually can't because I need to export the VOD and whatever, but close enough. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. Fuck, actually, I think I technically do one more tier. But I mean, it's only 2 people: Daniel Strunk and Bianca, so that's kind of whatever. Anyway, okay, let me think this through. So Gina Cruz goes to. I would assume this is a tier of. Yeah, I assume this is a tier of people that went to a decent amount of tribals. So Gina Cruz went to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In the majority for 2, though. So it's a pretty bad ratio. Shauna goes to 1, 2, 3. Gets voted out by her own people. Is in the majority for 2 of them. Does want to quit, though. So it's like, I think she's... actually, I don't know. Between her and Gina, it's actually kind of an interesting one. Very locked in that Ashley goes, then Yash. Yeah. That's a shame. Hopefully Ashley wins the blockbuster. Kind of doubt it, though. Sharia. Oh, yeah, I forgot. These are all, like... Actually, not all, but some of them are swap screwed also. Shauna versus Gina Cruz is a tough one. I actually think I would lean Shauna because she stayed in the majority of the entire pre-merge. Sharia went to 1, 2, 3, 4 tribals, gets voted out 4th, but was swap screwed. Though also was kind of on the bottom of her tribe by the time she gets swapped anyway. But I think that is still probably Shauna level. Sarita goes to 1, 2, 3, 4 tribals. Gets voted out 3rd. Doesn't get swapped. So I think it's probably something like this now. Angie gets voted out her 3rd. It doesn't get swapped. Though also kind of gets voted out because of physical strength. I think she's probably more Sarita level. Then Tom Laidlaw is... He survives, what, 1, 2, 3. He gets voted as 4th. Gets swapped into that position. Yeah, so okay. I think this is probably an initial breakdown. Is Gina Cruz just on the bottom? I mean, like, I guess she was swap screwed when, like, or I guess she wasn't swap screwed, though. She was going to go out anyway. Yeah, okay, I think that's actually fine. I actually think, if anything, Gina might go lower then. Yeah, because, like, is Gina really better than Stephanie Favor? Like, I feel like Gina might be, like, here. I mean, she does... Okay, she does actually go to 5 tribals, though. I think that's, like, kind of her saving grace. Wait, what? How did this happen? How did this tier get here? Oh, because Tanya's in that tier. Okay, yeah, I forgot about that. You know, this is going to bother me. I think I'm going to move Tanya here because it's going to bother me otherwise. Either way. Yeah, I think Gina is moving down tier-wise. I think she's in this tier. Like, I think these players at least had, like, a level of agency to them. I guess you could argue here, though. Because, like, GC... like, also went to a decent amount of tribals. Gina actually went to more, but I guess she was in the majority. Or he was in the majority for more than she was. Yeah, maybe I go here. No, because she was going to be the next out anyway. Yeah, I think I settle on here. Like, she was going to be the next out even if she didn't swap. Like, she would have been, what, the 4th boot of the season? So, like, that's not that different from a Rita. So I think I go her here. Like, I think give her credit for, like, surviving a vote after the swap, but I think ultimately pre-swap she's just Rita. King of doing a near out 5-hour stream. Dude, I'm genuinely fucking dead but I need to get this done. So I need to at least get 1 episode's worth out of this, like 50 people. Hopefully next stream I can be a bit more awake. We'll see. I need to get generally it's more so the Survivor review that's fucking me over right now. I just need to get the Survivor review done. Like I just need to be in a spot where I'm not like looking at fucking Premiere all day, because that genuinely does like burn out my eyes. That's kind of why I'm so tired. Speaking of that, I am getting I'm going to the eye doctor on Monday, so that's something. Because I haven't gotten new glasses in like 6 years, like literally before COVID, 7 years. Out of pure laziness, by the way. Like it's not like I don't have insurance or anything. Like I've just been lazy and just haven't done it. Yeah. Generally, if it wasn't for that, I would actually like be more solidly like I think the 50 review will like 100% be out by like midday Monday, but because of that, it might not be out until like end of day Monday. But like we'll see for members. Clarify. Use dark mode. Is there dark mode for actually? I don't even know if there is dark mode for Excel. I am in dark mode. That's why it's like this. I guess like I would have to like. Oh, are we talking about for Premiere? Oh, the problem is I can't, because I have Premiere Elements. Premiere Elements doesn't have a dark mode, which is annoying. Like if anything, actually, generally, if I were to get Premiere, that would be one of the main motivations for it. Is that Premiere has a dark mode, Premiere Elements doesn't. But yeah, I don't feel like paying. How much is Adobe nowadays? Thank God we're going on this side tangent at 4 o'clock in the morning when I still have a play ranking to do. But Adobe Premiere per month. $23 a month. Let me look at this actually. Either way, I don't feel like fucking paying for it when like, I already have things that work. Yeah, I could pirate it, but I'm not a big pirater. Again, I have morals, and which is why I, yeah, whatever. Because again, I definitely haven't pirated anything else in my entire life. Yeah, but I could like there's other obviously like software that's free, but like I've just used Premiere my entire life, so like I just know how to use Premiere. But it's not like my fucking videos take that much editing. But still, I just know Premiere better. So this would probably be the best deal. Typically $70 a month though is kind of insane. Like Adobe's just so expensive. And like to be fair, it's like I obviously make enough money on YouTube to where like I can afford it, but like I don't want to. I need to buy random other video games over getting Premiere Pro. I needed to buy a copy of Project Tower. That was what that game's called, right? I think that's what that game is called. Yeah, Project Tower. A 2.8 out of 5 game, but a game that only released 1,000 copies. I needed to get that. Anyway, all right, let's finish this. It's super AI integrated now. Keeping ads for which thing? Remove video does not convince me that videos don't need much. I mean, yeah, remove video is definitely its own separate thing. Can't write off. I can. Which, yeah, that's fair. I mean, but like writing it off is like, it's just you don't pay taxes on it. But I guess it's like, oh, whatever. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. What was it? Sarita and Angie, is that where we're at? I I think I go, I don't know, actually. Sarita or Angie? Sarita goes to one more tribal, and Sarita had a real alliance. But also Sarita's alliance flips on her for, like, no real reason. Or, like, Angie's at least was, like, a physical strength sort of thing. I think I'll still go Sarita first, though. And yeah, I think I'm still keeping them here. I actually feel like there's an argument. Is Angie actually maybe closer to this tier? Because I actually feel like Michaela might be better than Angie. Because, like, Michaela at least did have, what's it called? Sophie and Albert sticking by her. I guess, again, it's still an issue that she didn't really have an alliance, but did Angie really have that much of an alliance? So... yeah, I kind of do just want to I kind of want to move Angie there. And then I think I will put it like this. And then I guess Sarita's just on her own now. Or do I have Sarita? Maybe I just, okay, let's do, wait, did I not make more room? What happened to all the room I made? Did I just, like, not make that much room? What the fuck did I do? Okay. Yeah, Sarita, I think, is joining this tier. Potentially. Or maybe not. I don't know. It's gonna bother me. I'm gonna do that. Alright, Shauna, Sharia, Tom Laidlaw. Shauna had more of an alliance, but also, like, kept on trying to quit the game. So, I don't know. Sharia was probably lower in her pecking order. I think less people liked Sharia, but I guess it's like she was probably more screwed than a Tom. I'm talking about the most irrelevant people. How dare you talk about Sharia being irrelevant? Like, Tom Laidlaw was, like, a fairly affable person, but also... generally, this is, like, such a shit group, though. Like, I mean, like, just in the sense that there's, like, not much to really say. It's like, they didn't really have long-term prospects, but they were kind of swap screwed. But they all also went to, like, the same amount of tribals. Let's see, Sharia went to 4. Tom Laidlaw went to 4. Shauna went to 3. There we go. Shauna's the worst. Fucking loser. Only going to 3 tribals. Generally, I think that's enough. Yeah, whatever. She's last of that. I think Shauna and Sarita maybe is a tier. I think maybe I'll do that. Just for sake of separating him. And then, yeah, Tom and Sharia. I do think are next at least, but yeah, I don't know. The order there is like kind of irrelevant, to be honest. I feel like Tom is more liked. But also, I think his vote off's like a little worse. But I guess like Sharia was confrontational with like Jean Robert, but also Jean Robert. But I'll go Tom. And then Sharia, I think. And for the sake of just being for sure over 50 people, I'll do one more tier of Daniel Strunk and Bianca Roses. Which again, I think are also still here. I think we're still in the spot where this tier... I think this is the first tier where we're going to have to argue with this tier, but we'll deal with that next stream. Okay, only 523 people to go after this stream. That's something. Yeah, Daniel Strunk and Bianca. Daniel Strunk was the initial swing. Does fuck up the vote, though I don't know how much I fault him for it. Generally, like, he might be lower, though. I think because, like, Bianca also gets voted our first tribal. Like, I think they only go to one tribal, and I think that's a big thing for this list. Well, I guess Daniel Strunk goes to 2, but, like, either way. I'm thinking maybe, like, around this level of, like, a Lisa Kiefer, Trish Dunn level. If anything, they're probably higher. Let's see. I mean, like, I think on paper they're better players, Daniel Strunk and Bianca. But, like, they at least have votes that they survived. I'm leaning towards something like this. Wait, this? Why is Tanya Vance a tier below? I think she's meant to be there, right? Yeah, okay. And then... yeah, I think I'll go Bianca and Daniel Strunk here. And... order's interesting. I think I might go Daniel Strunk above. I think on paper, Bianca's a better player. Actually, I don't know. That's kind of close. Hope Ashley tries in the blockbuster. I mean, is she talking about not trying? She better fucking try. Yeah, let's see. Daniel Strunk, Bianca. I think I'm going to go Daniel Strunk first. I think Daniel Strunk at least got through the tribal he was very unlucky at. I think, like, Bianca's mistake is less disastrous, but I think the edge... again, I'm kind of giving the edge down to Strunk. Anyway, that's it. It's fucking late. I didn't want to obviously go this long, but I kind of had to. Alright. I need to get this list done. Especially considering by next stream I should be almost done the 50 review. I'll probably have about a week until I'm going to start actually working on this video. So, like, that's what, 4 more streams worth? If that? 1, 2, 3... no, 3 more streams worth? Do you think we can get through 523 people in 3 streams? Do you think that's possible? I might try. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see how I feel on Sunday. Yeah, we'll see how I feel. Generally, I think I might... actually, to be honest, I might actually just do an extra stream. Now that I'm thinking about it, if I'm not done by the time I'm actually working on the video, I think I'm just actually going to do an extra stream to just work on it. Because I kind of need to, right? At that point, it's a set, like, because, like, as I mentioned before, like, the main reason I don't stream, like, consistent. Like, I mean, like, not consistent. I do stream consistent, but like, I don't stream like one earlier in the day. Is and like more often than twice a week is because like I obviously need to like actually work on the main channel stuff. But like, yeah, if I'm up to the point where I'm working, I need to work on this video, then like this is the main channel stuff, like me doing like this on stream. So it's like by that point I might act, yeah, if like we're not done in like a week and a half, which we're probably not going to be, I think I'm just actually going to start doing extra streams at that point to get this done. So maybe stay tuned for that. What's the first stream? I don't know anymore, actually. Generally, so like this is a thing I've been thinking about too. So like obviously I was talking about doing like the random number generator thing, and I still ideally would like to do that. The problem is that I kind of just want to play other shit. Like I am gonna go back to playing games. Like I do generally just actually want to be playing more games in general. Which like too bad after the 5th review, I'll have more time to play games off stream. Like I'll go back to playing probably like 2 hours a night instead of 1, or instead of half an hour. But yeah, also, yeah, on stream, like I'm still going to, I guess, get back to the PlayStation screen. I'm still going to finish Pirate Yakuza, maybe. I'll at least try to. Like it always happens though, where like I stop playing a game for a while, then when I jump back into it, I'm just like not feeling it, and I give up on it. So, like, maybe I'll give up on Pirate Yakuza, but I'll at least try to finish it still. Like, I'm somewhat near the... Like, I think I'm at the end of, like, Chapter 3, and there's, like, 5 chapters, right? So, it's like, I don't know. But either way, I think I'll finish that. And I think I'm... Like, again, I wanted to go to the random number generator, which, like, maybe I still will here and there, but I think I'm more inclined now to actually just, like, utilize stream as more of a replay, like, thing now. Like, a time to replay games. Because like because like just off stream I have so many like games I want to play for the first time, and I feel like off stream that's kind of where like that is kind of going for. Try one stream a month with, yeah, I might do that, maybe something like that. And yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to like what kind of game can I play with chat at this point? I don't know. As a spirit of Bianca coming for me, maybe. Yeah, Bianca Rose is so pissed off. How dare I be worse than Daniel Strunk? But yeah, yeah. There's the games I haven't played in a bit that I do genuinely want to replay. Like I haven't done my yearly. Fuck! Okay, cool. Forgot about that. Thank you for follow. Again, it works. Again, it still works. But yeah, what was it? Fuck, what was I saying? I haven't played the Ezio trilogy for first time in the year, but also I think I'm kind of letting go of it at this point. Like that's been a yearly tradition I've done since like 2009. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts replay. I do want to replay that. That's definitely something I'll do on stream. I forgot what else I wanted to play. Actually, I can literally kind of check here. Like maybe Psychonauts, but I don't know. I did want to play Jasaunt, actually. That was kind of what I wanted to play. Oh, I wanted to do, I also wanted to do Survivor Castaway Island speedrun. I forgot about that. Because it would just be funny to be a world record holder in that. I did cancel my Black Flag pre-order. Danganronpa I'll play, but I'll play that off stream though. I won't play that on stream. Incident at the Galley House? I haven't heard of that. Yeah, I'll buy Black Flag when it drops in price, and I'll stream it when I eventually get it. What else did I want to play? I might replay Remake and Rebirth on stream before Revelation comes out. But yeah, Kingdom Hearts. Gonna play that before KH4. I still need to platinum Lost Records. I finished Citizen Sleeper 1, not Citizen Sleeper 2. Yeah, Immortality. I said I was gonna stream at some point. I never did. What else is there? I do want to replay Mass Effect, but that's probably, I don't know if I need to replay Mass Effect. I forgot about Silent Hill F. Should I go back to Scroll Forgotten and finish Scroll Forgotten? I forgot about Reanimal, actually. Reanimal I should play. No, it'll be blind. But also, it's like, the problem is that, like, I can't pay attention to games on stream. Or anything with, like a narrative I'm meant to care about, I can't really play on stream. Because I'm just too distracted. I don't really play Titanfall 2, actually. Anyway, it's 4:30 in the morning. That's great. Wait, they took Immortality's Twitch category down, and now everyone's VODs are scattered on there. Why'd they take the category down? Actually, I want to play Trials in the Sky, but I mean, that'll be off stream. But I might play that soon. Actually, Lost Soul Side would be a funny stream game. Like, obviously, I haven't played it before, but also it's like, that's kind of the perfect game for stream. Also, like, how I might play Mouse PI, but I don't know. I know there's like detective sections. I feel like that probably won't work well stream wise. Nudity? Oh yeah, I forgot there is nudity. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess it kind of makes sense for Twitch. No, I haven't played Day Everything yet. I do want to play it at some point. I might stream Day Everything. I don't know. It's kind of a mix of like, I feel like I will miss things on stream again because like I obviously just follow, but like yeah, like I mostly talk about reality television. So like yeah, like most of the stream is more so me talking about reality television than like actually playing the game. Where like the game's just kind of like a side thing. Yeah, we could do that at some point for Reanimal. Do I need to buy a copy of it? Do I have... No, I don't have Reanimal yet, right? I bought Little Nightmares 3, though. I think, right? I did, right? I'm not making that up. Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. I generally didn't remember. Split Fiction. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we will someday. I just don't care anymore about Split Fiction. But maybe. I need to play Prototype. I do want to play Prototype. I am actually, something I am kind of interested in is replaying A Way Out. That would be kind of interesting. Just because like I remember it. Like I remember enjoying it when I played it. But then like looking back on it, like, was it actually any good? I feel like it probably just wasn't. But like I remember it being fine when I played it. But I don't know. I need to play Infamous too. Like 2 as in also not Infamous 2 itself. I mean, we could play Split Fiction eventually, but again, player ranking hopefully will be done in, I don't know, by the end of the month. Maybe close to the end of the month. And then yeah, we'll just see where things go from there. But yeah, it's 4:30. I need to go to sleep, which I can't even go to sleep right away because I need to fucking export the VOD and the video for the main channel. But either way, I'll be back on Sunday. Same thing, obviously. Again, just player ranking and then, well, power ranking and then player ranking, and that's just the way thing will be for a while. Yeah, I mean that's actually Crisis Core I might also stream. I forgot about that. Just because it'd be kind of funny to me. Because like I've already played it technically. Like I don't know. It's like I've like played a little bit of it and then I've watched the playthrough of it. And like obviously I know Crisis Core, but like I feel like I should actually play the entirety of it for myself. But like I don't need to actually pay attention to the story because like I know the story. But like I don't know. I might stream that eventually too. FF7 OG though, I do actually want to play on my own. Like never remade Dirge. What a shocker! They probably just try to make people. Do they make people like forget Dirge? Like Dirge is like because like they're like the way they talk about Revelation is that they're like trying to make it not canon anymore, right? They're trying to make like Dirge and Advent Children like not really canon. But I don't know what the fuck they're doing with Revelation. It'll be like I'm generally like excited for Revelation just to see what the fuck they do with it because I'm assuming it's gonna be bad. But it'll be funny at least. Like generally that's my takeaway from Rebirth. Like Rebirth, like at least it was funny. Like at least I got a couple clips out of it. That's something. But yeah, I just need to end. Yeah, I'll be back on Sunday and it'll be the same shit. So yeah, see you guys next time.